All right, got my drinks ready. All right. What up? Of course, it's not going to work. One of these days, this is just going to work, or I'm going to have to fix something. How's it going, everyone? How is it going? What is up? Man, it was a busy day today, even though it was my first day off. Busy, busy, busy. How is everyone doing? Hey, Steve, Carlos, Lord Chaos, Brandon, JLV. Man, have you seen the latest cope that they're going at right now? They're trying to compare Factions 2 to Halo. And they're saying that Halo's in a worse place than Factions 2. It's like, how dumb can you be? Team November? Oh, man. Sanchez, how's it going? Yeah, I was. Where's my glasses? I was looking to actually stream last night, and I think Wolf reached out to me asking if I was going to stream regarding the faction news, but it was like 3 a.m. and I was like, maybe not. It was a bit late, and I was shattered after what making content for the best part of 10 hours. My eyes were seeing all over the place. Lazy, mate. That Zenith Zone Zero video took like 7 hours to make yesterday, while I was working doing my day job. It was all over the place. But the good news is, right? The good news is, my portable monitor has arrived. So that means, actually, that should be up here. Where is it gone? Huh. I must have deleted it. Interesting. Did I delete it? I must have. I must have. I'm guessing I deleted it. It was a busy day yesterday. I was all over the place. Is it this one? Let's not make it visible. It starts with an S. It is not. But yeah, my portable monitor has arrived, so I'll be basically making that video tomorrow. Hopefully that will be out either tomorrow or on Sunday. I'm going to do like a premiere for it, so hopefully you can all get some advance notice and come hang out, watch it together. Chris, what are you saying? You're murdering them. But no, they are down bad. They are down bad. They are. They are down bad. It's pretty funny to see how just how deranged they have gotten. I think I must have been dreaming making that thing. Either that or it's on another channel that I can't find. But I had like a little sponsor thing that rotated in the top right hand corner. Might be in the Twitch streams channel. But oh well, we'll fix that another time. But so today I wanted to start this amazing stream off, right, guys? Because I know how you all know that IGN are biased. They don't like Xbox, but they finally have the IGN Awards of the best game of 2023. Not gonna sneak peek tonight. I haven't even opened the box. So the monitor arrived yesterday morning. Hoyoverse, I'm not sure if some of you have heard of that company. They're the ones behind Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and they've got a new game coming called Zenless Zone Zero. So they allowed me to have early access with some testing, and they wanted me to make a video in return. And they gave me a really, really, really short deadline to do that. Basically, play the game and make the video. And on top of that, they had some crazy requirements. But on top of that, they actually gave me access really late. Like, I was supposed to have the access 10 days ago. I had to play the game and then make the content in 3 days. I had to turn it all around in 3 days. So I had like, 8 to 10 hours of gameplay. And then I had to siphon through 10 hours of footage, plus whatever I did offline that I recorded, to try and map out everything. So I literally haven't even had a chance to open the box. But you know what? I can show you the box. Since, Steve, you want to see the box, I can show you the box. It's a really heavy box. You see? The box is pretty good, right? It's a really stylish box. What did you think of the box? I think this box was pretty amazing. Is it invisible? So the idea is I'm going to be testing the Steam Deck. I'm going to be testing my laptop with it, the Xbox Series X. If I can grab my son's Series S, I'm going to be testing that on it. And I'm going to be testing the Switch and, of course, the PS5. So I'll be testing everything on it in a short, like 5-10 minute video. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it, and it'll give you a rough indication of what the monitor is like. But enough of that PR out the way. I want to talk about the IGN Game Awards, because we all know who won, right? Clearly, Spider-Man 2 is going to win this. I haven't actually seen this yet, but let's see who won it. So, Game of the Year for IGN. Seth sent me this, so thank you, Seth, for bringing this to my attention. So, as runner-up, first runner-up, we've got Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4. Second runner-up, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Mate, Starfield is never going to be in this. I know that for a fact. Wow. Alan Wake actually came in third runner-up. Jeez. It came in third place. Baldur's Gate came in second place. No way. Baldur's Gate, second place. So, what got first? Chat, what got first? What got first for IGN? No way. They are not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They can't. There's no way Spooderman got it. Baldur's Gate came second. Carlos. I actually haven't seen this, so I don't know what's first. But there is no way Spider-Man will win it. All right, let's go. What? Even IGN did not pick Spider-Man in their top 5, 6. It didn't make it. So let me get this right. They got snubbed for 7 awards at the Game Awards. They went 0 to 7. They lost the Player Choice Award. And now they've lost the IGN Award too. Oh, man. Oh, man. In a broad sense, Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate 3 aren't too dissimilar. Both offer players expansive amounts of freedom to a point where we feel we can meaningfully impose our wills in both games. But there's a moment very early on in Tears of the Kingdom that serves as a kind of switch in the imagination. Obtaining the Ultra Hand is the key to Tears of the Kingdom's whole philosophy. Suddenly, puzzle answers aren't just figuring out the right color combination or finding the right switch. The solutions to all Tears of Kingdom challenges lie all around Hyrule itself. Oh, damn. Oh, man. 0 out of 9. Oh, shit. 0 out of 9. Man, it's bad. Hey, Rebby. I'm doing good. Thanks yourself. DLC for Game of the Year. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's rather shocking. That is rather shocking. Spider-Man did not even factor into a runner-up. I mean, it didn't even get runner-up position. You'd think it would beat Resident Evil 4 at the very least, right? It's like a remake at the end of the day. But even the remake and the DLC, actually, so a remake, a DLC, actually, well, I mean, I know some people are calling this a DLC. So technically, 2 DLCs and a remake actually beat it to the spot after all those nominations. I mean, that's a bit of a yikes, folks. That's a bit of a yikes. It looks like everyone, including IGN, is snubbing Spider-Man after all the praise. After all, I mean, what's going on? What is going on? I mean, Spider-Man 2 for the first, I'd say, half of the game was pretty generic. It was the last third that actually picked up once Venom got involved that made it what it was. I'm doing good, Rebby. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Wait. Means Spider-Man 2 could get Game of the Year for IG. Ah, who knows? Maybe Spider-Man 2 will get best ongoing game of the year since it's been ongoing with DLC and stuff. It might get that next year. Maybe. But we have a lot of salt to go through today. A lot of salt. Have you seen this? Shout out to Xbox players who put Baldur's Gate 3 in the #1 spot. It does mean a lot to see you guys buying the game, having waited so long. You never know how these things are going to go, so it means a lot. You know what? It's nice that he's actually acknowledged this part here, having waited so long. Because normally when a game comes out this late, when a game comes out like 3 months, 4 months later, most people go and buy it on another platform. So they don't need to buy it. They won't buy it on the Xbox. I've got it on PC, for example. So I'm not gonna buy. I mean, I am buying it on Xbox, but I'm buying the physical on Xbox. But if the physical wasn't coming, I probably wouldn't have bought it. Now, and that's only because I bought it for PC. If it came out simultaneously, I probably would have got it on Xbox. So it really, it's a big gamble when you leave a game to come out after so long, because people do that. But Xbox players banded together and they took it straight to number one. I mean, it might have been number one for a little while. It might have just like tipped to number one and then came straight back down. It gotta be fake Xbox players that buy. More details on next gen Xbox next from News Insider. We're actually going to cover the next Xbox in a bit. We've got a thing. So this is the latest. This is the latest that the ponies are coming at Xbox with. Scalebound. Do you remember that game from early PlayStation, early Xbox One days that was in development that got basically cancelled because Phil Spencer didn't like the way it looked? And, Platinum Games even owned up, saying that they were still learning at the time and, exploring. And even they agreed that it wasn't up to par. So now they're trying to compare Factions to Scalebound. And this dude, this one here, I mean, I don't know if he even plays any games, to be honest. But he's trying to compare a game that's actually out there. He's picking the time when the player base drops to its lowest point to grab that thumbnail picture and then post it as a gotcha moment. I think he's one of the saddest ones out there next to Unleashed. Yeah, a lot of the sentiment I'm hearing from people with Baldur's Gate 3 is that yes, the game is great, but it's not for them. But that's okay, right? That's okay. Have you heard the cope coming from this guy about Factions? Has anyone seen this clip yet? Because it's rather good. It's actually really good. Just making sure I've got the audio set up. Make sure the audio is set up. Audio does whatever audio does. Copyrighted. Sony jumping in immediately to copyright my little. Let's check out his cope.
You're saying, I think it's the right move. Naughty Dog excels at single-player story-driven games, and I'll take those over scummy live service multiplayer games. Well, see, that's the thing, man. A lot of people share that exact sentiment. Believe it or not, even though this is bad news, generally speaking, there are a lot of Naughty Dog fans, a lot of PlayStation fans breathing a sigh of relief.
Now, let me get this right. Wasn't it PlayStation fans that were screaming at Sony not that long ago? Where's Factions? JTech was doing it. Persona was doing it. Weren't they screaming, where's Factions? We want Factions? It's been 3 years. I mean, I remember Hyped was saying, let them cook. Unleashed was bigging it up like the next, I don't know, Baldur's Gate. I don't know what he's saying here. Didn't Factions have the best studio, Bungie, to try help them out? Maybe the ponies don't know who helped Factions. Don't blame it. Nah, it was a Series S, man, clearly. Chris. It was the Series S was clearly the reason why Factions is cancelled. Do you think it was a mistake Sony kicking to curb Factions? It was only look, in my opinion, like I said in my video, they could have hired people to put people on it, create like their own little team, and get on with it. That is the logical move to do. At the end of the day, one studio cannot do live service and single player games at the same time. It will degrade the quality of the games. Jim would have known this, right? Jim would have known this. The fact is, it looks like those 12 games that they had for live service that they decided there's only going to be 6. Well, now there's 11. But they were going to release 6 within the next, 2 years? Now they're releasing 5. I think you're slowly going to see that 5 is going to become 1. And that 1 is going to be Marathon. And that's it. That's it.
And you can understand why.
I can't
understand why.
I really can't.
I think when Jim Ryan came in and was like, yeah, we're going all in on live service. We're doing 12 live service games. And, Herman Hulst had to keep coming out and be like, don't worry, we're still doing single player, guys. We're still doing single player. It really struck a lot of fear.
Do you see how now they're all turning on Jim Ryan? They're all turning on Jim Ryan as the big bad wolf, as the guy who was trying to ruin PlayStation. I mean, that's the message I'm getting here. The guy that they were jerking off to and bending over while they were eating his hay, now they're turning around and trying to say he's the bad guy.
Into the fan base. And I'm not saying this means that they're getting away from that strategy. We'll have that conversation soon. But this is definitely, I think, a win in the eyes of anybody who cares about single-player games.
Sony has no multiplayer games. Outside of an Xbox franchise, Call of Duty, they have nothing. And as you can see, this year, PlayStation gamers played nothing. Only Spider-Man 2. Unless you're a friend of mine who has a backlog as far as the arm, the eye can see. Because, he has life priorities. But generally, they have no games to play.
Over multiplayer live service. Because I'll tell you right now, this stuff doesn't really happen. Or it hardly happens. And what I mean is, the level of
hey, Lion.
Just fuck it energy that is coming off of this.
Apparently there's a level of fuck it energy coming from this reaction, this statement that Naughty Dog gave.
Again, I just don't think people kind of realize this game was done, guys. They straight up said we're not gonna fucking support it. We're not doing this. I think so. I think a Naughty Dog turned to the upper management at Sony and said, "Fuck you."
If the upper management at Naughty Dog turned round to the CEO and said, "Fuck you," he would be unemployed before he could even finish the word "fuck you." Right? If my subordinate is going to come to me in my office and say, "Fuck you, bitch," he won't even be able to finish that sentence before he sees his P45 printing. Is all I'm saying. As each letter left his mouth, you'd see 3-4 centimeters of his P45 just printing automatically out of that printer with me pointing to it. The goal on this guy, man, the goal. He literally thinks that the head of Naughty Dog is going to walk over to the president of Sony PlayStation and tell him, "Fuck you."
I'm telling you, I think that's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened, folks. So you're going to be your own boss, and I'm going to come to you and say, "Hey, boss, F you, man. F you. I ain't doing this shit, man. I ain't doing this shit. I'm doing what I want to do. Yeah. Yeah. Let me know how that goes if anyone does decide to do that. Don't do it, by the way.
I don't think it's a coincidence that this game was ready to go.
It was not ready to go.
It was ready to go, and we get this.
They've already said in their statement that the scope of the game was so big that they've decided that it wasn't worth building. They don't have the resources to work on it to build. How is that ready to go? Did he even read what was said by Naughty Dog? Like, can this guy take any more L's?
These like reports where Connie Booth was fired.
She was fired.
And she's being replaced. And Jim, again, I don't know if this is why Jim Ryan retired or whatever. I mean, they gave him a throwing away.
Hey, Spider-Man!
Jim, we're throwing you away. Here's your throwing away party. His going away party.
That was the pony.
His retirement party.
What games he was looking for.
But we're getting reports that not all of Sony studios are okay with this transition. I think Naughty Dog revolted, bro. I think that's what happened. I think that there was a power struggle inside of Naughty Dog, where I think that there were definitely developers working on this game that believed in it, that wanted it. But I think there were maybe too many people internally at Naughty Dog that were like, we don't want to do this.
Actually, it wasn't Naughty Dog telling them to abandon it. Naughty Dog came out and said that the scope of the game that they wanted to create, which if you look at everything that they came out and said about Factions 2, Factions originally was just a multiplayer game, right? If you looked at the old Last of Us and The Last of Us 2, I don't think it was in The Last of Us 2, but it was in The Last of Us. Factions was just a multiplayer game. What they wanted to do with this Factions was make it a story-based game, but set in the same world, but kind of like a side story. Instead of it following Joel and Ellie, or Ellie and whoever it was following, this would be following a whole bunch of new people in another part of America. And basically seeing their struggles. And then the whole multiplayer aspect would be tacked on top of that kind of single player experience. And that single player experience or multiplayer experience for the story would be told through episodes. That's why I was interested in it, because it actually had a whole story element to it. It was actually quite ambitious what they wanted to do, and it would have required its own team. But any Tom, Dick, and Harry, anyone with, an ounce of a brain cell could have told you that it's going to require its own team. Any live service game requires its own team to work. It's not just 3 people sitting there and flipping on a switch and hoping it's going to work and everything's going to be okay. That shit needs to be maintained. That shit needs content on a regular basis. That's how these companies make. I mean, just look at Bungie. They've got 300 to 600 people working there, constantly churning out garbage. You don't want garbage, right? You actually want good content. So, they needed a team there. And it looks like after all the layoffs, and I think the layoffs are the reason why this is cancelled, right? It's not because they've decided that they don't have the resources. I think they lost about 30% of their workforce. So I think it's the actual layoffs that are the reason why Factions is cancelled. Yeah, I'm dead. I think he has enough copium to keep him from breaking down.
Like this isn't what we want this to turn into. We don't want our studio to turn into that. And there was almost like a clashing of the culture there. And I think the side of Naughty Dog that said we want to do single player basically turned to Sony and said that's what we want to do.
Because apparently, now just hear me out, folks. Hear me out, right? Just hear me out. Just listen. Listen. Apparently, right? Based on what he is saying right now, just hear me out, right? Apparently, for a company as big as Naughty Dog or as big as PlayStation, right? work with me here, expanding the breadth of that company, of that studio, because Sony likes to develop their studios, right? Sony is all about developing those studios, expanding them into new horizons, going where no man has gone before. They are all there for developing and expanding and growing those studios. But apparently now that kind of logic and thinking and mentality has gone yahoo! Just like Mario out the window, looking for a Goomba. As all signs of expansion, growth, and maturity have disappeared because apparently all they have is one team. The fact that they can grow the team, expand the team, open new studios within the team, none of that is even a possibility within the realm of Sony now. That level of expansion has just poof, disappeared, gone away. It's almost like Mary Poppins with her umbrella just flying away.
Like, we're gonna do that. Like, you can't make us do this. And I don't know. I think that a decision somewhere up top at Sony,
am I wrong?
Had to be made where it's like, you either go in the direction that other publishers have went in, and this is why, look, I know people are going to say I'm damage controlling, and I don't give a fuck if they say I'm damage controlling.
I mean, he knows his damage controlling, right? The fact that he's saying he knows people are going to say it, you do not turn around and say, I'm doing this, and I know people are going to say I'm doing this when you know you're doing this, right? He knows that he's damage controlling, right? Right, folks?
It's just a hard truth right now.
There is no hard truth in this.
You know what? I hope people take a good look at situations like this that occurred in the past where the opposite happened, right? Where dev teams that were definitely not meant to be live service or make live service games did so anyway, and then basically killed their fucking studio or killed their reputation.
And you know who it's talking about here, right? It's talking about BioWare. Because BioWare had never made a live service game. And they were never supposed to make Anthem. But they wanted to. And then the CEO back then, I can't remember his name, not the one that's there now, it was the one before. He turned around to BioWare and said, use Unreal Engine. Do not use the DICE engine, right? Don't use that. Don't use Frostbite. Because Frostbite isn't designed for third-person games. Also, Frostbite is very much tailored to first-person and Battlefield. So if you're going to use Frostbite, it's a really big struggle because you're going to have to create all the tools manually yourself. Whereas if you use Unreal Engine, everything is there. You just modify it to what you want and you release it, right? The majority of the work is done for you. You just have to code it to the way you want it. But the tools are there, from the health bar to the shooting to everything else, right? As we saw with the day before. They've got assets for everything. Instead of just asset flipping like the day before, obviously BioWare would have put their own spin on everything to make it, work within the world of Anthem, and it would have worked, and they wouldn't have been in the position that they were by the end of it. But instead, BioWare decided that, just like with Dragon Age Inquisition, they relied on what is called the BioWare magic. And for those of you that don't know, BioWare with Dragon Age Inquisition did actually win Game of the Year at the time, right? But what you don't know, or some of you might know, but what I'm assuming most of you don't know, is that the developers were praying, hand to God, praying that Dragon Age Inquisition won zero awards, so the management could learn from this mistake of leaving everything to the last minute, crunching the fuck out of their staff, making them work 18, at times 24 hours a day. I've been there, trust me, this is what the games industry does, to push the game out. And they were praying that the game failed to win any awards, so it could show the publisher that this is a wrong mentality to have. And it didn't. It actually won Game of the Year, despite all the bullshit. So then they decided that they were going to rely on the same thing with Anthem, and well, it didn't quite work out, did it? And it's good that it didn't work out, because that BioWare magic culture is gone. And good riddance. Don't get me wrong, Dragon Age Inquisition is actually a phenomenal game. And despite the fact that the developers were crunching 18 to 24 hours a day, right, to get it out, they did a great job, and, well done to them. But they really wanted the game to fail, so the publisher could know what type of crap they put them through. Ponies do not... God. I would like SSX Tricky too. All these modern games are too much of boring chore or remaster trash copy. You know what, Kron? I'm actually going to get to that in a little bit, because there's a problem with that, and I'm going to tell you why. And I think the only company out there right now that can actually fix what you're saying, Kron, is Xbox. Exactly the day before gave us more than victims of their own success. I didn't know that, Heaven. Sony is a shot of what they used to be in PS1 and PS era. I'll never be happy that Anthem got canned. It was so fun. Mate, I covered Anthem religiously. Some of you may have even seen my work from my other channel at Chaos Prime ZYT. I covered Anthem pretty much from its demo, its inception of concept, all the way up to the final day, where I was devastated that they decided that Anthem 2.0 got shut down. I actually got insider information on the actual final day, so I knew it was gone, but I really couldn't say anything because I knew one of the shareholders who was actually there. But essentially what went down was the CEO of EA turned to the board members and said, we have resources for 2 games. You've got Mass Effect, Dragon Age, and Anthem. Which one do you want? And they left it down to the board members, and the board members picked the quick cash. In fact, they were cited as saying, and this is almost a quote, considering the public want Anthem Next or Anthem 2.0, whatever it was going to be called, for free, that is definitely out of the question. So it was the shareholders in the end that killed it, because the actual CEO at the time of EA, I think it's the same one now, but he actually liked what he saw. But it wasn't down to him. It was down to the shareholders, because they're the ones that had to provide the funding, and they said no. The general consensus, Gem, online was, if you looked on Reddit, where they had thousands and thousands, like ridiculous amount of upvotes, where people were saying they would not be prepared, and the only way that they would get it is if it was for free. And let's face it, EA isn't going to do that. And the shareholders definitely ain't going to do that. I loved Anthem. Anthem was my jam. I would still be covering that today if they released more content. I loved Anthem. Like, I will defend that until the day I die. It was a great game. Because Xbox makes those games, PlayStation 4, it was easier to do it. And that's the thing. People think making multiplayer games are easy. Look at Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite came out. It came out with loads of players, and then it got battered to hell. And rightfully so. It was missing game modes. It was missing features. The microtransaction store was horrendous. But you know what? They kept at it. They changed almost the whole team. And then they came back with fresh blood, fresh ideas, new attitudes. And they've turned it around. But any other company probably wouldn't do that. Microsoft has the know-how to make live service games. What's the you've got Grounded, the Sea of Thieves. Both of them have millions of players. Grounded is so much fun. If any of you have played it, it's really good fun. You should check it out if you've got a couple of friends to play it with. Them ants are no joke, I'm telling you. The city in Anthem was boring though, but still want Anthem to. I mean, the city in Anthem was there just to progress the dialogue, right? Dialogue and story. It served no other purpose. We've got 60 more days till the end of the month. Wonder where's the so-called secret showcase? Mate, the secret showcase was the Game Awards, and that failed too. Andromeda didn't get any DLC because the game got panned at launch. Yep.
And they're just a shell of their former selves. Okay? It's not damage control to say that
Kenshi. No.
Deciding to take a live service game from a studio that never made a live service game and say, we're gonna throw that in the trash and we're just gonna make single player. Because that's what we do. That's what we're best at. And that's what we want to do. You don't see that in this industry. And I'm that, like, this is shitty. Yes, this is a shitty situation overall. And we could blame Sony. And maybe we should, where it's like, Sony, why would you even ask them to do this in the first place if this was going to be the end result? Because maybe it is Sony's fault for basically saying, Naughty Dog, you got to make a live service game.
I mean, Sony have lost a lot of games through ABK, and they need money. What this idiot doesn't understand is that money doesn't grow on trees. And the reason why Sony was making 12 live service games or 20 live service games is because one of them needed to stick. And if one of them stuck, just like Bungie's Destiny did, you milk it for 10 years. You do minimum effort, keep it trickling, and you make bank through microtransaction. It's that simple. But that money that you get from that microtransaction funds the rest of your games. And as Steve said in the comments, Sony's games are costing them between $200 and $500 million to make. I think it was The Last of Us 2 that didn't even break even, or it took like almost like 6 months to break even. But I remember in court, they said something about it actually, them not recovering the development cost of it. And it's games like Call of Duty that cover the shortfall and make it possible for them to deliver games like that. Just let that sink in for a second. Like The Last of Us, for all the tooting and showing and all the fanboying that they do for that game, and look, I will stand by The Last of Us. I enjoyed it. I bought it. But not enough bought it to cover the cost of making the game. They say Xbox gamers don't buy games, yet we're hearing the same thing over and over. They just don't sell enough of their games. The year-on-year sales of games are going down. They're selling more consoles, but the year-on-year software sales are going down. Whereas for Xbox, it's different. Their console sales are going down, but they've got revenue coming from Xbox, cloud, mobile, and PC. They've got 4 revenue streams. Sony only has 1. If any of you start saying the PlayStation Portal, you can get the hell out now. Sure, but why did it take 3 years to realize your studio is not... That's all bullshit, Ati. This is all cope. Literal cope. The fact is they realized that because they can't recruit anyone to the team, it's either one or the other. And at the end of the day, I think they realized that they can't make the game. That's it. I don't think they had the expertise to make a live service game. So Bungie's, team wasn't there to do the development for them. They're just there as an advisory body. But the reality is, I don't think they had enough expertise to build it. At least build what they wanted to achieve. And I guess they didn't want to half-ass it. But it also meant that if they were going to go with the live service game and they can't expand the team, which is what they're known for, The Last of Us 3 would be put on hold. And I'm guessing Druckerman is not prepared to put The Last of Us 3 on hold. Pulled off of Ubisoft, makes something akin to The Division, makes Last of Us. I mean, I think that's what the idea was, Lion. I think that's what the idea was. Bad excuse. Everyone who's ever put out a live service game started without the experience of putting out a live service game. And most of them fail. And in this day and age now, Rum Punch, they actually fold. Unfortunately, companies are now folding because it just costs too much money to make something that is acceptable in this day and age. How is Respawn able to keep a live service game going? Apex doesn't really have that much going. But if you look at Hyenas, look at Hyenas from Sega, which is, a very similar game to Apex. It folded before it even came out. After the first 2 beta tests, the reactions and reception was so bad, they just shut the studio down. Meanwhile, putting out single-player Star Wars games, it can be done. I'm not saying it can't be done. It can obviously be done, but they need to expand the team. And they didn't expand the team. Xbox needs to make a deal with the fun pimps and get 7 Days to Die on Game Pass when they release the new console version. Yeah. 7 Days to Die... those games live and die by their, no pun intended, by their players. So if you're a live service game, having your game on a service like Game Pass is phenomenal because you'll lose money on box sales. That's fine, right? You're going to have to just take that on the chin. You'll make your contract with Microsoft. You'll get your lump sum, but you're going to lose money on box sales. There's just no two ways about it. What you're going to make money on, though, is the 5 million people or 20 million people that are going to jump in and see something in your microtransaction store that wouldn't have bought your game, who are now spending £1, £5, £10 on that microtransaction item that they wouldn't have spent in the first place. And when you turn that £10 into 20 million people, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Is it damage control? If they are great at making single-player games, then why make a multiplayer game in the first place? I mean, it's damage control, man. But are you going to buy the remaster next year? Nah, Sony will probably give it to me for free to review. Honestly, Sony, despite me being me, Sony has actually been quite nice to me. They've provided me with a lot of games to review, preview, stream. In contrast, Xbox hasn't provided me with absolutely nothing. So I dunk on Sony, I meme on Sony, but I will say this, they have treated me very, very well. As even when I was really small, when I had on my other channel, now I've got 15,000 subs, but when I was at 3,000 subs, 4,000 subs, Sony actually reached out and asked if I would be interested because they saw that I was, streaming some PlayStation games, and I built up that relationship with their PR team. And, they've actually treated me quite well. Their PR team I've actually had no problem with. We joke about still. I mean, they actually wanted me to review Spider-Man on the TheChaosLounge channel as opposed to my Chaos Prime ZYT channel. But they knew I'd be fair, right? And that is the one thing I will always be. I will always be fair. Whether it's a Switch game, an Xbox game, or a PlayStation game, they know that, and I've built that reputation with them. But in contrast, me trying to contact Microsoft PR, they just told me to piss the right off. Literally told me to go away. Is there a PlayStation game that's not enough that then they need to call Call of Duty and Jim Ryan realizes that the games are getting more expensive? Yeah. I wonder what kind of rev split Xbox is going to squeeze out of Sony. Actually, Gem, it's going to go back to 30. So it's going to go back to 30, which means that Sony's actually now getting a better deal than they were before. Nah, I wouldn't buy it again at full price. I mean, I've gone full digital anyway, so I'll just stick with a $10 upgrade and see what it's like. I want to try the new game mode anyway. So, PS4. All right, let's continue. Got a few minutes left.
Maybe it is. But
Hey, Susano.
I just don't think that people realize like that shit doesn't happen in this industry.
It does.
And this is I don't know, this is like an inflection point for Sony and their strategy, man, where it's like if the live service was this critical to Sony's like long-term strategy, why would they allow Naughty Dog to just say fuck it?
Because the game was nowhere near complete. The amount of money it would have required to get to where it needed to be complete is astronomical. And because they just fired 30% of their staff, they're not in a position to actually make it. I think I just answered every single question he had going around that noggin of his in less than 10 seconds. Boom!
And throw this shit away. And it's because, to me, whoever made that decision up top at Sony, I think they made the right call, dude. I think that they had to decide, we're either going to strong arm this shit. Naughty Dog, we don't care how upset you are. You're putting this game out. Okay? We need this game. We need this revenue. We need this to be a successful live service. We need you as our crown jewel studio to make this happen.
He doesn't get it, does he? He doesn't get it. It's not that they need to make it happen. Naughty Dog were incapable of making it happen. With the current team that they had, it wasn't possible. It just wasn't gonna happen.
And we're gonna force it through no matter what. Or you listen to the pushback that you're getting from your own internal team, and you say, okay, you know what? Maybe we just don't force this thing.
I mean, look, let's be real here, right? They paid $3.6 billion. $3.6 billion. Well, I mean, they paid it in installments because, they applied to Klarna and Klarna gave them a 3-month payment plan. But, they paid $3.6 billion for a company whose sole purpose was to come in and help studios make live service games. So far, what they've got with Bungie is a failing game, a failing advice providing consultancy. And now they're saying, fuck it, we're going to take over Bungie as well because they're a pile of shit too. Just waiting on another Chaos video about the failures of games in 2023. Golem, Quantum, Kong, the day before, Walking... Oh, God. Oh, God. Golem was awful. Kong, my God. Thank God. You guys are not going to make me suffer through playing those games. No way. Ati Islam, could it also be a culture thing? Maybe Naughty Dog's developers just don't want to make something they're not passionate about? Ati, it's quite simple. You build a team that wants to make it. Look, I work for a company right now, right? I have a 9-to-5 job. And I actually feel quite strong about a project I don't want to work on. I have very strong personal views about the company that we're making that project for, and I don't want to work on it. Do you know what the HR told me? I understand what you're saying, but you either work on it or you can hand your resignation in. It's that simple. I can't dictate to my boss what I want to work on. I'm an employee. And if I don't perform to the best of my ability, they will pull me aside and say, look, you've already came to us and said that you're unhappy and now your performance is degrading. Either sort your shit out or we'll get rid of you. Really that simple. So, no, it really doesn't matter how passionate they are. They just need to get on with it. Still have to look into why people are calling a profitable scam. It depends how much of that money they kept, Susano. I know the refund, only about 90,000 people refunded the game. So from that 100,000 alone, they made like 4 million. I mean, there is that. I mean, they were trying to laugh at. I mean, we're gonna see in a bit.
Maybe we just take a step back. Naughty Dog, you do what you got to do. Do what is best for your studio, and you do that. We're not going to tell you. I just think that that's something that needs to be acknowledged in this with this situation. Because
I mean, the fact that he thinks he knows what the CEO of Sony is communicating is astonishing. It's almost like he was there in the room when this conversation was happening, when the president of Sony was bowing down to the head, Neil Druckmann. Fucking hell. I mean, the balls on this guy to think he does know what he knows. I would love to see Sony have their own Redfall type game. Look, have any of you actually gone back to Redfall? I went back to it and streamed it the other day. I think it was early this week. Really, really good game, guys. I really enjoyed it. Definitely worth revisiting if you haven't done so yet. The changes that they've made, solid. Mr. 7-Digit, that is exactly the point. I mean, a certain someone in chat was supposed to join me on the day, but they had to go back to family matters. Right, Steve? Totally calling you out. It's definitely more fun with friends. Definitely. I mean, not that I'm calling Steve out or anything or saying anything. He only just, ghosted me and abandoned me and left me on my own, despite all my preparations. But, not like I'm calling him out or anything. Scumbag. I mean, next time, yeah, buddy? I haven't yet, but it's because I've been too busy. Oh, mate, Jem, I know that feeling. I know that feeling very well. Like, today was my first day off work, and I've done nothing but work. I've got nothing against Redfall, just hasn't pulled me. I've finished Redfall and released. The story was good. I'm hoping it is, because I'm still in the first map, but I'm really enjoying it. I didn't promise it on anything. Provided me with plenty of laughs. Because I was dying. I mean, it's solo. It's really, really punishing. They come for you like anything now. They're like the bloodhounds. I mean, technically, it fits, right? If you see on the bottom right, you can see the tip of the. Steve, shame on you. Wow, wow. You didn't even let me know you were streaming. But yeah, and then I'll teach you how to aim. Hey, we don't talk about my aim. That's why I have other people there to carry me, so my aim looks good. I hear that, Sanchez. Hey, Forspoken is awesome. I like it. I gave it 7 out of 10. Actually, I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. The only reason it didn't get any higher was because I didn't like the skill tree. I didn't like the final boss was freaking horrendous. And the actual final skill tree that you unlock is way, way, way too late. I mean, it is god tier powerful, but it's way too late. You don't get to enjoy it. I've really enjoyed both the base game and the DLC. I know a lot of people are memeing on Forspoken, and if you have a PS5 and you can try that game, I shit you not, screw the demo. I even contacted my contact at Square Enix and had a go at them and told them that your demo was so bad that it destroyed any chance this game had for release. All it took me was playing the base game on release for 2-3 hours, and I emailed them and I told them that demo you released ruined any chance this game had to survive. Period. Because the demo was awful. The demo was pretty much the day before type of quality. It was just rubbish. It was dreadful. But the base game was so much better. So much better. And it just blew my mind how they could make that big of a mistake with a game that they funded that heavily. Hey, look, if you was in that position and you did that with your mind, what would your reaction be, Nandog? That is what I'm going to ask. Because me, I'd be saying the same shit. Did I just do that with my mind? Did I just do that? Especially considering I can talk to a mystical bracelet of all things. Because I would be asking that same question, wouldn't you? And that's the point. If you actually played the game from the very beginning, you understand the type of person she is, the hardships that she's gone through. So when she's in this world and something actually good is happening to her, she freaks the fuck out. It actually makes sense. It works with her character. Frey was actually really well written. It was just, it was the usual thing, right? Content creators going, oh my God, everyone is shitting on this game. I have to do it too to get those views and clicks. Man, I saw streamers, big streamers, literally going into the corner of their room while they were playing the game, cowering and pretend crying. It was so awful how that game and that studio got treated. And the worst part is, you finish the game, there's a little epilogue at the end that shows that there's supposed to be a sequel that we're never going to get. The story doesn't fully end. They left it open for more. And we'll never get that. It's sad. I'm hoping they release like another DLC at some point, but who knows? Hey, Carlos Henders with the 20 mixed dollars. The Copium dude, LLLLL. Let's go. I can second that opinion. Forspoken isn't bad if you turn the sound down. I actually enjoyed the audio. I enjoyed the banter.
Mom told me to make sure to say that she gave it.
So this is so let me get it straight. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get it straight. I paid for her boba drink, and I just get a free glass of drink in return. Oh, now you're going away. I feel like I got robbed. I got robbed. I played Forspoken on PC. It looked great with FSR3 Ultra settings. Just Frey looks much better in real life. And why did they dress her like a nun? You can change her outfits. She changes as you play. Forspoken is for people that can't aim. Yes, I'm throwing shade. Hey. I ain't denying it. I want Days Gone 2 on PC or Xbox, but it's a PS Studio. You know what? Days Gone actually was on sale recently on Steam, so I picked it up. I want to play it. I think it was like £8 and it works on Steam Deck as well. Happy days. Going to look at the investor reporting for Forspoken. Generally, what I'd be worried about is how the game is funded. They have a cool spot to grind up some levels in Janoon, the huge lake. I hit my level cap there and was one-shotting bosses. Yeah. It was the boss fights were good. If you wasn't one-shotting them. What's your favorite boba drink? Mine is strawberry tea. I don't like boba drinks at all. It's got those boba bits in there. I can't drink anything with bits. So like orange juice, anything that's got bits in it, I can't drink at all. It makes me sick. But I know my daughter loves it, so every so often I just tell her to go buy some, order it in, and so we get it delivered home. Aussie fan, yeah, the final skill tree was way too late. I agree. Lion's Pride, aim assist is my cousin. We have like a good relationship. We don't want to break that relationship. Oh, what's the missus's favorite boba drink? I have no idea. I'm gonna guess chocolate. Sony still thinks Square Enix will carry them. They can't. Square Enix aren't carrying themselves, let alone anyone else. But this dude here, he's coping hard, right? Like this guy, same studio that cut 66% of the campaign and ruined its launch momentum with zero content. So I just said, and yet both games have more players than factions. I'm just saying that both Halo Infinite campaign and multiplayer have more players than factions. Now I need my auto assist. But you know what? This one I've dunked on hype a lot, right? I have. I have. But you know what? Good on him. He is the only pony out there that I've seen that is calling this shit out. I don't, I like to give credit where credit's due, right? We let them cook, and they kept cooking until the food was burnt, and they had to throw it away. Next time, don't take up a project you're not suited for. Sorry, 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. House was getting really noisy. Anyway, next time, don't take up a project you're not suited for and stick to a single player games. Naughty Dog has wasted countless resource and time on something nobody asked for. And to be fair, nobody did ask for a factions game. A simple factions mode, which is what a lot of people were saying, would have been enough. And you know what? I'll give credit where credit's due, because he is the only pony out there that has had the balls to come out and say this. Everyone else is damage controlling. But he said it how it is. You wasted time, you wasted resources, and it's BS. Hey, Josh, how's it going? Diego 6, how's it going? I mean, it was a serious mistake that probably cost a good deal of money by trying to force it. My Monopoly has more players. But I'll give him credit where credit's due, man. There's no way I'm gonna think. Like I said, we all banter around, but I'll give credit where credit's due. I wonder how much money they wasted on it. It's been in full development since 2019. And that's the point, right? It's been in development for 4 years. That's a lot of money to waste. That's a lot of money. That's the question I asked, right? It's coming up in a bit, but that's the question I asked, because I think there's serious problems at Sony. But Larian Studio says that Baldur's Gate 3 is not coming to Game Pass. Ever. We made it a big game, so I think there's a fair price to be paid for that. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think it's a bold statement? Diego, I'm doing good, my dude. How's it going? How is it going? How are you, my dude? First time I'm seeing you here? I don't know. I think some games just don't need to be on Game Pass. And anyway, the game's proven it doesn't, because everyone's buying it, right? Hey, Cesano, I don't know what you mean. You mean you don't want to see a grown man having sex with a bear? No? Okay. It's Sean Layden's Looks like he's better than Jim. Sean Layden was actually alright, but he was forced out. You know, he did quite well with. I'm guessing the PSP and the Vita were his exit strategies because those were the last real things that he did. And so, Sony as a company refused to support them. Factoring the time plus the payment for the developers, I'd estimate around 150 million. Probably more. It's fair enough as long as it's actually on the platform and Larian isn't in a begging position or needs any. I mean, I think they've made enough money off this game to pretty much retire, honestly. They've made enough money off Baldur's Gate 3 to retire. Don't forget, right? On PC, they had a concurrent player base of around 900,000 players. That's concurrent. Online at one time. So you can roughly assume at the moment that actually hit its peak, there was about 3-4 million people that actually bought the game. Maybe even 5 or 6. Right? And that number has grown exponentially as the time has gone by. It went on PlayStation, so it sold another 4 copies there. And then it's gone on to Xbox, and it's clearly sold a lot of copies in order to beat Modern Warfare. So, it's actually doing pretty damn well. Baldur's Gate 3 is why I keep my mouth shut until I play something at the release. Maybe in a year so they could put it on games. I don't think it will come. But at the same time, I'm okay it doesn't arrive. Some games I think I just don't need to be there. I'm waiting for a sale. I do that with. I mean, it will go on sale, right? It will go on sale. And one thing I will recommend to people, if you are 50-50 with this game in terms of the style of combat gameplay it is, wait for a sale. I jumped into Baldur's Gate 3. I can't get on with the combat. The gameplay really just isn't for me. It's too slow and it's just not for me. I mean, there's turn-based, but this isn't really turn-based. This is strategy-based. I mean, think of it like a much slower version of Final Fantasy Tactics. It's just not for me. I still want to play it, and I'm going to, over Christmas, I'm going to give it another bash and try and maybe force myself to like the combat. But because normally if it's got a good story, I can play it, no matter how bad the combat is. But this one just, I'm finding difficult to continue. Mate, if you're doing Trials of Osiris, you've already suffered enough. You should just, put yourself out of your misery and just go buy Baldur's Gate 3. I don't mind it. I am close to buying it. Just waiting to see if it does go. I think it will go on sale for Christmas. I hate turn-based, but there's so many good reviews. I like long RPGs. Yeah, this is huge. I think the best thing about Baldur's Gate 3, the thing that makes it stand out from any other RPG, right, is there's a clip. I don't have it on me right now that I watched where this girl explained 15 different ways that you could tackle one mission. And she went through like multiple different ways to the point where you can actually kind of rewrite the canon of the story because you do it in such a way that it just changes the story because the goblins no longer become the bad guys, but they're the good guys, right? And there are so many different ways that you can tackle something. It's all dependent on how far you're willing to push your imagination and strategize. And that's what makes Baldur's Gate so special. It's that complete freedom. If you actually watch a speedrunner, you can complete Baldur's Gate 3 in 20 minutes because there's a way to basically trap, you actually meet one of the main villains really early on. I'm not going to say who it is or what it is or what they are, but you meet this thing early on. But you can trap him in a box and then put the box off screen, outside, like on the underneath the map or something, and you complete the game. It's quite funny. I like it. The fact that people can even figure this shit out makes me laugh. I mean, who would have thought of something like that, right? That's crazy. Every game doesn't have to be on Game Pass. Ozzy, I agree. But you see a lot of people down here saying, not every game needs to be day one on Game Pass. I can see it being added in the future. But I'm sure it eventually will. There's someone down here that basically said that he's gonna bookmark this and then basically go back and confront the developer when it does go to Game Pass. There's no need for that, man. If he doesn't want it to go on Game Pass, it won't go. But if Microsoft's willing to put a blank check in front of him, it's going on Game Pass, right? If Microsoft puts a blank check in front of him, why would he say no? Do you know what I mean? I just couldn't get into Baldur's Gate. I get that, Jago. I get that. I saw that vid on Oh No Alex. It was pretty cool. She covered herself in. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one. But there's just so many ways that you can do the missions, and that's what makes the game so special. AAA games have an established lore. You get old things mixed with new stuff in different ways, sort of like what Nintendo does with Americans, pretty much. Baldur's Gate will end up on Game Pass, maybe later than sooner, but it will eventually be on Game Pass. I mean, he doesn't want it on Game Pass, but I can tell you this. If Microsoft walked to him today and said, hey, buddy, you see this check here? Yeah. Do you see all those zeros on there? Yeah. Do you see how many there is? Oh my God. Yeah. Do you see how many? Yeah. Do you still want to say that it's not coming? Mate, give me that check. It's on Game Pass. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. See you next time. Nice to do business with you. That's pretty much how it's going to go, right? At the end of the day, as the old saying goes, no matter how you see it, how you do it, money talks. At that point in time, it reached the number one sold games. I'm not sure if it was for the week or if it was for the day. I really don't know, Sappho. Someone had a picture, and it was number one. It was number two was Modern Warfare 3. Exactly, Steve. Exactly. I think this dude here has got it right. It's crazy how, I mean, he got it right the first time. Shay, listen to this. This dude, 100% right.
And they're pandering to that. So people are going to read this. Well, okay, that means they're just going to focus back to single player narrative games. That's what I want. That's what I always wanted them to do anyway. Oh, no problem for me. This is great news to me. A bunch of you bald bozers are going to say that. I didn't want this anyway. Back to single player games, which is great. Dick suckers. And they're pandering to that.
He called it. And that's exactly what they're doing. He was right on the money. Look at Puerto Rock. I am so glad that when it came down to the two choices, they made the one majority ones from Naughty Dog. Also knowing they are working on more than one single-player game is a win. So the fact that they can't work on a live service game and a single-player game, but now they're magically working on two games. Yeah, I see him like a lot like me. Like, he will call out the bullshit if he sees it, right? And I will do exactly the same. I know some of you don't like that, but if I see bullshit from Microsoft, I will call it out because I think that's the right thing to do. You need to hold these companies accountable so they can do better. They can be better. They can perform better. They can provide us with better stuff. And I think that's the one thing that I like about this guy. He will call out the hypocrisy. Factions would have been amazing if it was done right. And they really, really made a mistake. Has anyone seen this? This is awesome. This is awesome. He's going off and bad mouthing Xbox and Game Pass, and then the news sets in, right? You'll realize when the news sets in.
I think a lot more developers going into 2024 are going to stop putting games on Game Pass because of that very reason. Frostbite. Oh, fuck!
What's going on?
The Last of Us factions just got canceled. Fucking bitch.
Are you serious?
That moment when he realized it was over. He's not one of those toxic fanboys. Yeah. I hope I don't come across as toxic. I like to have a banter and a bit of a laugh. But I also like to be fair. And I like to give credit where credit's due. Every Microsoft AAA title will be day one on Game Pass. Yeah, they will. We didn't want factions. We want single player games only. But Force One Vlogs. I mean, sorry, Jago 6. Every Microsoft game being on Xbox and PC is a good thing, right? It increases their sales of software. It brings in more revenue. Now, the problem it has is it diminishes the reason to own an Xbox. Now, some people will be out there. You can't get a good PC for $500. I had this argument with someone on Twitter. I think you are absolutely brain dead if you think that a £500 PC can compare to a Series X. Or a £500 PC can compare to a PS5. It's not happening, right? My graphics card alone, my 3090 Ti, is more expensive than the PS5 and the Xbox Series X combined. Right? That's not including my processor, which is a 12900, right? Not including my motherboard, which is like 150, 200 quid, or my RAM, which is about 150, 200 quid. Then you've got the power supply. I've got like 1,000 watt in there, which is give or take about 150 quid. On top of that, I've got my case, which is a really nice case at 150 quid. So you're looking at about $2,500 for my PC. But if you want a $500 PC, you're playing Minesweep. And if you're lucky, you might be able to play Minecraft. Now, what that £500 PC can then do, if you're into cloud gaming, you buy Game Pass or you get a subscription to GeForce Now, and then your £500 PC turns into a $2,500. It turns into a PC that's better than mine at $500. You can do that if you've got the internet connection. But, when it comes to third-party publishers, they want platform. First party being Game Pass and everything. The Game Pass system is great, and I think it's a fantastic service. It's, the best deal in gaming. I love Game Pass. I've been a subscriber to Game Pass since the day it came out, and I haven't cancelled my subscription once. And I don't intend to cancel it because between me and my kids, we get enough value from it to, make it worth as well. At the end of the day, the way I see it, if I play 2 new releases from Microsoft, I've already made my money for the whole year. Because Game Pass is, I think, about £130 here for the year in the UK. Two £70 games are £140, not even including the indie games or the other day one Game Pass games like Lies of P or stuff like that. Just 2 games I need to play. And then anything else I play on Game Pass going forward is free. That's insane, guys. Like, the value you get from Game Pass, no matter what anyone will tell you, is unparalleled. It's just too good. But the drawback is it's stopping consoles selling. And without the consoles, you miss on those big third-party games. That is a reality. So Microsoft now has created a service that is the best in the market. Unparalleled. And it probably won't be beaten by anything. I don't even think Sony can compete with it. Maybe the likes of Amazon, but even they don't like to throw money away. The only company I can see that can compete with Game Pass is probably Tencent. They've got enough of a, investment in every company out there that they can actually probably create something, funnel in the games into their service, and maybe release something that's actually doable. But the reality is, that's cloud, or that's a hardware. You need to sell consoles in order to be able to get those third parties. So what Microsoft need to do now is figure out where they're going wrong in Europe. The recent console price drop has been amazing for Xbox. They've sold a lot of consoles. A lot. But they need to figure out a way now to try and push the hardware to more people, because they need to increase that market share. When you've got PlayStation selling 1.7 million consoles in 1 month, that's insane, right? Like, let's not beat around the bush. That's a lot of consoles compared to the 500,000 that Xbox sold, which is still great, by the way, considering what they normally sell. But they need to be up there near that 900K, maybe even 1 million. I'm not saying they have to match Sony, but they need to increase that share so they can actually go to these third-party companies and say, hey, look, we've got a decent market share on our Xbox platform. We want you to release that game exclusive to Xbox. And if it doesn't go to PC, it doesn't go to PC. It doesn't matter. But they need to be able to have that bargaining chip to say, look, we've got like 40 million consoles out there. We've got enough of a base now where you can actually start releasing those without ripping us off. Because right now, as we saw with ABK, Bobby Kotick was charging Microsoft double what they were charging Sony, because Sony had that big of a share for the marketing. And so Sony got the marketing rights. And Sony was able to haggle 20% revenue, 20 to 80% split for the revenue. I think Microsoft got like, what was it, 5% to 95%? Or was it 10% to 90% revenue split? Because they just didn't have the market share to be able to compete. That's why market share is so important. I know we're moving away from consoles as a brand, as a thing. In the next 10, 15 years, I think, consoles will be a thing of the past. Everything should be on the cloud at that point. But right now, if they want to make those deals with third-party publishers to entice them without getting ripped off and making money, they need to push the console harder. And as we're going to see in a bit, it looks like in Japan, they're going the right way. Although it's a bit sus, but we'll see. What's chat saying? What's chat saying? You love the sort. Actually, did you know that news for one? Actually, did know about that news for once. My only thought was that I didn't know, even though it was a thing. I've got a rush from the amount of salt gets posted each day. I don't understand how they can say they're making a gas game, yet openly admit they won't support it. It's the Sony way, right? We want it. Oh, it's got cancelled. We never wanted it anyway. Wait, what the hell is Streamlabs saying? What the? What? What? Hey, Streamlabs, what are you doing? I'll have to go and fix that. I have no idea why that's even there. What about my PC? Mate, your PC is on its way out. Again, your PC doesn't even know what it is at this point. 1,000 if you know what you're doing, but it's still double the cost, right? £1,500 is a sweet spot. I agree. But if you want like a high-end rig, you're looking at like $2.5 grand. The graphics card on its own is going to cost you about £1,000 on its own, right? Understood. Microsoft goal isn't to sell the most consoles. They are a software company first and foremost, so they're going to play their strengths. Maybe, Jago, but at the same time, they're going to lose out on third-party games. And as an Xbox consumer, if you're happy with that, then that's great. Then there's no problem. But if you're not happy with losing third-party games, then that needs to change. It's simple maths at the end of the day. As a publisher myself, I will want to release my game on the biggest market. And if your market is too small, PC and PlayStation just are way more appealing. Even the Switch. And the game that I'm going to use as an example here, which could have easily been on PlayStation, on Xbox, right? Easy. Star Ocean 2nd. There's no way that game would run 60 FPS on the Series S at 1440p without even breaking a sweat. But Xbox was skipped because it had a low market share. That's the type of thing I'm talking about. Those games are being skipped on Xbox because of its low market share. Isn't the only thing. Their strengths will be studios and time around. Yep. Depends on the hardware type. Is about right for laptops. I played 155 games this year, and the Game Pass was the only reason I was able to do it. Yeah, honestly, look, I'm telling you, Game Pass is insane. it's good. Imagine if Steam offered a streamable service. Did you know, Lion, that they actually were? They were working with Stadia before Stadia shut down. And they were trying to create a partnership. And Steam was actually going to stream over to the Chromebooks. Some of the Chromebooks, they're basically going to... I mean, you can get them now, the NVIDIA graphics chip Chromebooks. But basically, those were basically going to have the capability to run and stream Steam on them if you wanted to. But the whole project died when Stadia died. And then they kind of tried to revitalize it, but I don't know what happened to it after that. They need to aggressively market more. I agree, Steve. They do. The only way Xbox can go beyond is an Xbox handheld console. That could work. But would it be as powerful as the Series S or the Series X? I mean, if it's a... All right, boys. Here we go. Here's my Series X handheld. Oh my god, this is too heavy. But I'm getting some good game time with my Series X handheld. Oh shit, the battery died. It was full as well. Series, the ABK deal is. Susano, honestly, I get that mentality with the ownership of games, but your game discs are degrading. 10 years time, your game disc will start to rot. It degrades over time. You can't use it, so you're going to lose it anyway. Unless you keep it in a vacuum sealed room, you're going to lose it. Everything degrades. Obviously, digital has its own fair share of problems. And if you're looking at games that require it to be always online, owning the disc is just a coaster. So, I don't know. And with more and more games requiring day one updates to just work properly, I mean, they'll boot and you can play them, but in order for them to just function at an acceptable level or properly, you need like a 2 gigabyte download for a day one pass. Does it really matter that you've got a disc? That's the question. Kotick was ruthless. He didn't even start developing COD for Xbox until Xbox agreed on the revenue split. I mean, Kotick didn't even let Microsoft into the building to see how the practices were until the deal was finalized. He wouldn't let him in. He was very reluctant. Let's quickly catch up with some comments because there's a lot that I've missed. I know, but Xbox Steam Deck would be cool. The ROG is pretty much a good Game Pass console. And I think the ROG is going to be the one that Microsoft endorse. The Asus ROG Z1 Extreme is a really good console to play Game Pass games. Microsoft hired a long-time Sony employee that will help with relations in Japan. I'm actually going to get to that in a little bit, because we actually have something for that. I put one together for a friend. He spent about $3,500. Beast of a machine. Well, at least it works. Right, Taz? Market share is, I think, the big reason Sony got Baldur's Gate 3 first. No, but they got Baldur's Gate 3 first because Microsoft has the parity with the Series S. They didn't really think that parity clause through. And as games are getting more and more demanding and more intense, and as you can see with PC, FSR and DLSS are now becoming a requirement rather than a feature. The Series S is eventually it started already, but it's gonna start hitting some roadblocks. And the biggest roadblock it has is its memory. 10 gigabytes of memory is not enough, right? Whoever thought that the Series S running with 10 gigabytes of memory was a good idea should be fired at Microsoft. 10 gigs of memory is nothing. That, minimum should be 16, right? 16 is minimum. But they believed that they could get away with it and cut corners. And so they started paying the price. Because if you look at the Steam Deck, when it comes to the whole co-op thing, the amount of memory that's being used is 12 gigabytes when it goes to co-op. And it still runs like crap. I think it was running at like 15 frames per second. But it was still running. But the Series S only has 10 gig. And once you take the operating system into effect, the other stuff running in background, like Quick Resume, you're probably left with about 8 or 7 gig. That's all they have to play around with for the game. And then whatever the VRAM is that they can claim from the graphics card. It's not a lot. That's why 16 gig was fundamental. And the fact that they made that mistake, a company as big as Microsoft made that mistake, is mind-blowing. But it was all to cut costs, right? The whole purpose of that was cost-cutting, to put the console at as cheap a price as they possibly could. They just didn't think that far ahead, I guess. Market share problem will change with growth and general acceptance of Game Pass. My friend thought Game Pass was a place for demos and trials. But you don't need an Xbox to play Game Pass. That's the problem, Gord. You don't need an Xbox. Your PC is perfectly fine for the most part. That's X's main issue for me. Very few JRPGs, yes. And the series, I remember the 360 had quite a few JRPGs from, I actually had them in my head and now they're gone. They had that blue one, whatever it's, I can't remember. There was like 3 or 4 of them that were actually really damn good. The Lost Odyssey was one. Blue Dragon was another. And there was a couple of other ones from Square Enix that actually made their way. That were really damn good. We just need more of those. Mate, leave my invisible box alone. Diego, I got 32 gigs in my machine. Chaos, speaking of ABK, mate, do you think ABK games will be releasing early or mid next year? Early. And if yeah, I've been all digital for like a decade at this point. Share the same views. Exactly. I mean, I've been old. The only physical games I buy now, Susano, are ones that I genuinely want to own. Like I want for myself. Like the Final Fantasy 14 collection. I've been buying those physical. If I can find Final Fantasy 7 in a physical, I'm a Final Fantasy fan. So if I can find 7 as a physical, because I was actually given a review code for that game by Square Enix, so I never bought it. But I really want to buy it. But they're so expensive now. It's almost like they've gone out of print. So I'm not paying 100 quid for it. So I guess I'm just going to have to just pick up the combined version when they release it with Rebirth. What was the game that got censored by Sony? We're going to get to that in a minute, dude. I agree. Microsoft needs. Mine works now, I think. You think? Hey, Streamlabs, what are you doing? One sec, guys. I don't like Streamlabs doing that. Let me just fix that. Yeah, true. 16 definitely should have been minimum. It really needed to. It blows my mind that it wasn't. Right? No way on this planet that someone can sit there and tell me that 10 gigs is enough. No way. I love this channel, but forgive my cat is dying. Why is your cat dying? I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. I'm so sorry. If my cats were dying, I'd be devastated. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be some form of satire or your cats are actually, your cat is, in dire thing. I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. Pets are like your family. So I totally get it. Go do what you need to do, man. I don't know if he's still here, but I'm still kind of going through the chat, but yeah, sorry if I got to it too late. Oh, that's really sad. Microsoft needs to market the console better. My kids both went out and bought a PS5 console because they have always been PlayStation users. They both never even mention Xbox. I mean, my brother's the same, Ozzy. He will never go Xbox. Even though I've showed him how much money he could save with Game Pass, he's always been invested in Sony, so he just sticks with it. Then again, he uses Apple, so he's too far gone. I like the concept of the Series S, even as a PC gamer, although 16 gigabytes should have been the minimum. Agreed. Yep, 16 gigabytes. Man, this thing is jumping. I have worked in the gaming industry. How I would love to sit down with you and tell you exactly how the system works. Wayne's, I've worked. I've worked for Sega. I've worked for Square Enix. I've worked for Empire Interactive and a couple of others. But you know what? My Discord should be in the description below. I'm usually on Discord chat a few times a week. So feel free to jump in, dude. Feel free to jump in. It's a open forum if you ever want to. Come in and we can have a chat. Love to. Open invitation. Quick resume just copies the current RAM memory state to the drive, so sort of like how emulators work on the PC. Yep. I hope Microsoft can make a big mark in Japan. We are about to see that soon. Where is the stupid bot? All right, here we go. Okay, it's off. Sorry about that, chat. It's off. CPU's fine. Yeah, I wish Hoya would port Star Rail or something. It looks pretty fun. Unfortunately, Star Rail probably has a PlayStation exclusivity, so we probably won't see that. There's a chance that we could see Zenithzone Zero. I did my impressions video on that on my other channel. If you guys are interested, I can link to it in my next video. Or Taz, you can just link it in the chat. For those of you that want to see my impression of it. I think to push hardware more, they need to delay PC day and date for 6 to 12 months. I don't think they need to, Steve. I think that's not the right. I mean, I get that, but I don't think that's the right approach. I think what they need to do is just sign console exclusive third-party games. A timed exclusive, that is. Not full exclusive, timed exclusive, and they'll ship consoles. Give me RAM upgrade to the Series X and I would pay $700 for a souped-up Series X. I bought a bunch of parts for my PC to upgrade it, but pulling out the old parts was such a pain. I'm afraid I'll break something putting the new stuff in. That's my current PC gaming barrier. You know what? It's really not that bad, Gem. If you just follow some guides, it's really simple. But everything kind of clicks in and clicks out. Chaos, do you think AB Games already has done that? Let's face it, Sony has had a day of talk time to move over a new player. Someone who's actually supporting the players. Yep. I think we're about up to date. When are they bringing Final Fantasy 14 over to Xbox? Can't wait. It's early next year. I think it's February or March. It was supposed to come this year, but Dawn Trail, I think, they've decided that it was too early for Dawn Trail, which is the next expansion. So they're kind of releasing it like a few months before Dawn Trail, so Xbox gamers can get in, get a bit leveled up, see how the game is, play the game for free for a little bit, and then if they like it, when Dawn Trail drops, you'll probably be able to buy like an all-in-one package to get everything. Wayne's World, throughout history, every empire has fallen. It's now Sony's turn. Munch is the name of your cat. May he or she rest in peace. And the good thing with Final Fantasy 14 is that it's completely crossplay. Even if you're playing on Xbox, you can play with people on PC, on PlayStation, and it's cross-save as well. It's all saved on the server, so if you buy it on PC and you buy it on your PlayStation and your Xbox, you can play it on whichever one you want to play, no matter where you are. Streaming Kong. Do you know what, guys? Do you want me to stream Kong? Yes or no? You know what? I'm going to do a poll. I expect every single one of you to say no. Right? This is stupid. I should not do this. I should not do this. Should I stream Kong? Do you hate me that much? Okay. Oh, YouTube, what are you doing? Yes, it's me. Oh no, that wasn't supposed to happen. I don't want to end up. Okay, there we go. Now I can actually see. Can you stop doing that? Okay, let's see. Chaos, you'll be playing Hellblade 2 on Anniversary next year. 100%, Josh. 100%. I've actually got a Hellblade 2 video that was supposed to come out a few days ago, but I've just been so goddamn busy that I've not been able to get to it, but it's something I want to do. While it doesn't impact all of Sony, would keep in mind Japan has new tax laws. They're going to be hitting it. Yep. Font, don't waste time on Kong. Great question. Let chat. There's still time to say no. Great question. Is going to force the prices of games. Robbed of Game of the Year. I said no to save you. Thanks, Ozzy. I need more of you to say no. Your poll should be: should I stream Kong or Gollum, bro? Hey, look. Diego says, what games are you currently playing? At the moment, I'm playing Redfall. I'm playing a bit of Starfield. I'm playing some Tower of Fantasy. Assassin's Creed Mirage. A bit of Honkai Star Rail. I'm basically playing a whole mix of a bag. I'm still playing Cocoon, jumping on, doing bits there when I have time. But these past 3-4 weeks, I've been so busy. So yeah, it's been challenging. I've got Hogwarts Legacy to play through as well. Look, dudes, change that 57%. I ain't closing that poll until it changes. Did you really expect any difference? I did. I thought you guys liked me. I thought you guys wanted me to continue streaming. There we go. See, someone wants me to continue streaming. Are you guys going to seriously help? Look, if I buy, at least if I buy Kong, right? If I do buy Kong, this is total cope right now. But there's going to be some CEO in that company that's going to be jumping for joy when they see that needle go on life support. Beep, one sale, and then back down. I just started Phantom. Oh, Cyberpunk is another game I'm playing as well. Very slowly. But I think what I need to do at the moment is kind of stop jumping around games and just find one game I want to play and finish it through. Like, I still need to finish Final Fantasy 16 on my PlayStation. I think I finished Ratchet and Clank. I think I've got like very little to go on that. So yeah, I've been jumping around games so much it's not even funny. And I think I just need to just sit down now and just finish games. I mean, God of War Ragnarok. I think I got to I can't remember. I think I'm about just over halfway through and I got bored. So I need to go back to that and finish it. Like, so many games that I need to finish. Wait, we will have to watch. Yeah. You're all goddamn turning up. If I don't see like 100 people there watching, that shit's turning off. If I have to suffer playing it, you're all going to be there watching. Change your vote then, Cesano. Change your vote. Microsoft, please buy Sega. If they buy Sega, the games will remain multi-platform. That much I can guarantee, by the way. But the games will be on Game Pass. So I guess that's some consolation. We do. But you challenged. I did not challenge you. I said, say no. Chaos. I said no straight away on the poll, mate. Thank you, Josh. Everyone vote yes. I'll buy you a coffee. Wow. Steve, how many people are in the chat right now? That's a lot of coffee you have to buy. Promo was horrible for that game. Straight to ignore. It's not looking good for everyone. I worked for Ubisoft in the early 2000s. Far Cry Instinct, Far Cry Evolution, and Far Cry 3 Special Edition. I've got nothing to do with the games. Really? Oh, I try to be as engaged as possible, dude. Jumping around games like a dancing. Hush, Seth. Hush. You guys are just 50%. I'm booking the day off. On the day you stream Kong. Oh my god. Kong's multiplayer, right? So I can drag one of you in with me. You know what? I should make you all bloody buy me Kong at this rate if I'm gonna suffer fucking playing for it. You guys are just pure evil. Now you're resorting to coffee as bribery. Hey, I didn't say coffee. Steve did. But you know what? Instead of him buying you all coffee, he can buy me the game instead. If I'm gonna suffer playing it, at least I don't have to pay for it, right? You buy me Kong, I'll jump in it with you. Nah, you buy it for me first, and then I'll just play it with my blindfolds on. I was playing 3 games and had to just focus on one game. Never was a multi-game player, so I went back to what I have been. I did want to play through Halo as well, actually, because I haven't played through the campaign yet for Infinite. As you all know, because they were missing the co-op at the beginning, I refused to play it. And now my friend basically has gone past the point of bothering to play because it's just too late now for him, I guess. And I obviously am still playing Final Fantasy 14 on and off, which I think I asked you all last time if you wanted me to do like a stream on this channel, not over at Twitch, but here of Final Fantasy 14 and just show you all the game. If you guys are interested in that sort of thing, let me know. This is true entertainment. This is not entertainment. This is bullying. Oh, I've seen Alex's stream. I've seen it. You and your feet emojis. Thankfully, nothing weird like that is here yet. We don't need no feet emojis or belly emojis or. Here's something you're not likely to know after you work for Ubisoft for 10 years. You are considered of an ambassador for the company. So I guess I'm an ambassador with a lot of inside knowledge. I didn't know that, actually. That is something I didn't know. Most of the companies I worked for, I was only there for about a couple of years, maybe 3 years. And it was never on a permanent contract because of the way they do their 3 monthly or 6 monthly contracts, unless you work for EA, which is 11 months, and then they fire you. Well, they ask you to leave, so you don't get any permanent benefits, and then they ask you to come back on the 13th month. It's $39.99 on Steam. Didn't check an aggregator for cheaper prices. I'm a card-carrying member of the Foot. Hey, the Foot Clan is, I guess, kind of cool. From if we're talking about the Shredder one, right? The Turt one. If we're talking about the Foot Clan from Shredder's gang, then I guess it's okay. A lot of contracts are like that. Why I never say in public what I worked on. Yeah, I get that. But the games industry as QA was really horrible. Here in London, it's bad. It's bad. It's why I had to leave in the end, because I loved working in the games industry. And I remember working on one of the projects where I had to work like almost 40 days without a single day off. And I was working like 10-hour days, 12-hour days, almost every other day. But they never once offered me like a permanent role or anything. And I've got a family, and, you know, the pay that I was getting at the time was like, what, £6.50 an hour? So the moment I got offered a job that was offering me double of what that was offering me, I left. Like, there is no respect for QA in the industry at all. Hey, I'm waiting for that poll to go down to 49%. The moment that shit hits 49%, I'm going to close it. So someone turn it down to 49%. I ain't closing it. It ain't happening. Didn't the server shut down today for Skull and Bones? I actually went to jump into it. I was watching a streamer, and then it said Skull and Bones servers shutting down in 15 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about, Seth. I only just put the poll up 30 seconds ago. Mate, That's exactly what this is, Seth. That's exactly what this is. But you want to play COD? Go away, Sappho. I also had a fantastic life living in the games industry, but I'm not going to lock it. It was a fantastic. Oh, the experience was phenomenal, man. Like, despite the hardships and the difficulties and the stress that comes with it, it was the best job I've ever had, bar none. I'm even credited in Football Manager 2007. There was a couple of games that I was credited in, including like a virtual tennis and stuff. But my prime jewel, my proud moment, was being credited in Football Manager 2007. I'm even a player in Football Manager 2 because I found so many bugs in that game and a way of kind of thanking me for my dedication and work for that game, because that's the game that actually got me promoted at Sega from QA to Shadow Lead. They actually put me into the game, which was really nice of Sports Interactive. That sort of thing I really do appreciate. You know, they actually did care, and you know, they knew the mess that was happening. I also gave them a heart attack with one of my bugs on launch day, on launch evening, because you know PC is unregulated, right? They don't have to go through any regulation to or testing to push live. If we say it's good, it's good. So I put a bug down. I got in trouble for this, mind you. I put an ambiguous bug saying that the translation is broken. And so when they read that, everyone went code red alert at Sports Interactive at the time. And then when they opened the ticket, it was just one word that was broken. Oh, yeah. They actually called up that evening and wanted to speak to Mark LeBreton, our QA manager, who came from Sony. Awesome guy, by the way. And he pulled me aside and said, "Did you write this bug?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "You know, you gave them a heart attack." And I said, "That was the idea." And he goes, "Yeah, don't do that again." The Commodore 64. Mate, the Commodore 64 was amazing. Last Ninja was great. I kind of wish they remade that game. Last Ninja 1, 2, and 3. That was the bomb. I have always been credited for Far Cry Evolution, but it's amazing. It just feels great at some point in history you have been recognized. That's it, Wayne. You know, your hard work was put in there. The fact that 90% of the people that are credited in those games don't even have anything to do with the games is another matter, though. So what do you think of this? The truth is, Xbox ditched generations with Xbox One. The Series XS is already effectively the Xbox One Pro. In an era where service games are updated like forever, we're seeing a longer life cycle for the Xbox One, PS4 than we might have done. And Xbox Next might be released in 2026. Now, obviously, Jeff Grubb is probably one of the biggest bullshitters out there. I don't think he's actually got anything right. I don't think he's actually... Has he actually got anything correct? Like, I think he's literally... No, I don't think there's nothing he said that's correct. I don't think he's got one thing right. Has he actually got anything right? Mate, you're not supposed to increase it from 50. God damn it. It was 55. No, it's supposed to go the other way, man. Look. Wait, you see that? Do you remember that scene in Godzilla where Reno is in the car and they're in his mouth and he's screaming, "You're going the wrong way, man. You're going the wrong way." Yeah, this is that situation right now. You're going the wrong way. It's supposed to go down, not up. You're still going the wrong way. You guys... into assessment. Hey, Sea of Thieves isn't a bad game, is it? But there's a lot of PvP in Skull and Bones. From what I saw today, people were minding their own business and just being ganked on left, right, and center. I haven't had to have a series system to play any games exclusive to it. I'm still with the CEO on this. Ditch the console wars noise, play anywhere. Yeah, but like I said, if you want your game on Xbox, third-party games, you need to sell hardware. I'm making more accounts. No, you don't. See, if you're making more accounts, this vote is in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get it 54%. Come on, boys. You can do it. I have faith in you. Get it to 49%. My finger is on that trigger. It's on that trigger. Just do it. Get it to 49%. That's all I need. Games with consent and PvP always end up being a shit show. I think it was Kepler AMD. Yep, it was Sappho. Get ready. I'm ready, dude. I am ready. My finger is on that. But let's listen to what this guy says. Make sure we can hear it.
Like there are rumors out from someone who like was part of like leaking this stuff on the PlayStation side, and this stuff I can mostly confirm. And again, there's some details that might not be fully locked in. That's where I say mostly. But that person's now also saying that Xbox will have their own Xbox Next in 2026, whether that's a Pro or the full follow-up console. Now, plans change. We heard during the FTC trial, documents showed that Microsoft was planning a diskless Xbox that was going to be basically an Xbox Series X, just with a cylindrical shape or whatever, and it wouldn't have a disk drive. This leaker's saying that stuff's canceled, and instead they're going to do the Xbox Next faster than they would have done otherwise. So maybe moving up the start of the next generation by a couple of years. I don't know.
6 years,
I suppose you're right.
So basically, the cylinder Xbox that they were releasing, the one that looked like a Max cylinder, is apparently no longer coming, which is a shame. I actually was considering buying it. I actually was going to buy it for my kid. That's disappointing.
6 years is not that unheard of.
No, I mean, back in the day it used to be 5, but it's been a little bit longer than that lately. But yeah, yes. I mean, hey, maybe that's what you do. Maybe if you're Microsoft, one way to help yourself is to get out of this kind of rut. Yeah. Your new console comes out the same exact time frame as the new PlayStation. Maybe it'd be better for both of them if they kind of trade off every 3 years. Why not now?
Yeah.
Why not anymore? Because you can still have the multi-platform games work on both of them.
Sure.
Anymore.
Because what's the downside? The PlayStation 6 comes out 2 years later and it's more powerful. Well, yeah, but that's 2 years where you're way more powerful. There's definitely you can make hay of that. You can do something with that. And
see, what he's saying here is not thinking about past precedents. So for those of you that remember the Sega Dreamcast, great console, one of my favorite consoles of all time, absolutely loved it. They released their console a year before PlayStation. PlayStation saw what the Dreamcast released, they dissected it, and then they released the PS2, which was way more powerful. And once developers saw what the power of the PS2 could do, they abandoned the Dreamcast. So if you release your console early, like a 2-year early gap, as opposed to your competitor, you better be damn ready when they release their next version console, which is going to trump yours, that your pro version is ready to launch at the same time. You need to be damn ready, because if they release a console that is like, I don't know, 30% or 50% more powerful, there's a lot of graphics whores out there that will just go straight there. That's the problem with that.
Having the point-to-point comparison of being like, oh, we're the exact same console, and like having to kind of do that because you need to play it safe, because you need to be able to compare point by point on the same day because both systems are there on the shelf at the same time. That does seem like it's holding back one of these systems, specifically the Xbox. So get away from that. I think that could work. I don't necessarily know if they'll do it. Again, plans have just seemingly changed. Maybe they'll change again. But I think it's probably at least worth considering. If you're in Microsoft's shoes, I think this is something like that's a plan that could work, and maybe they end up trying to pull that off.
Chaos Kong Colossal Edition is £43. Mate, yeah, I ain't buying that for £43. We're gonna start a GoFundMe. We're gonna start a GoFundMe. All right, have you guys seen this whole thing here? I think this is a bit of a stretch, right? I don't like seeing this sort of thing. Now, I'm basically Ryan McCaffrey has said the writing is on the wall for Last of Us Online after recent reports about it. And so this formal cancellation isn't a surprise. I certainly don't mind Naughty Dog continuing to focus on what it does best. Now, Ryan is also, like, in my opinion, a pro Xbox dude, right? People are pulling up something he said 6 years ago. When Xbox was, in its Xbox One era, where it needed games, it was colossally failing. It was in its worst possible state, where it almost shut down. Where he's saying, I will say this, even if Xbox wasn't in that bad of a state or straight or position, people change. People change their minds. Calling up something that they said 6 years ago is pretty dumb. I just wanted to bring this up because now they're trying to attack him for something he said 6 years ago. That's pretty stupid. Right? I don't know how you guys feel about that. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think, bringing something up that I said 6 years ago, like I can't change my mind or view or opinions on things, is a bit silly. Now, if I had said it like 4 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that's different. But 6 years is a long time, man. It's over 6 years, right? It's almost 7 years. The 360 did come out earlier than the PS3, but the PS3 won in the end, didn't it? It picked up momentum 2/3 of the way through the generation, and it went on to win. So for 2/3 of the generation, the 360 was winning. But the momentum it built at the end of the generation played straight into the PS4, and they dominated. That's what you don't want. Quote mining is noise to me the majority of the time. What's the pattern, Wayne? Oh yeah, they do invest. The internet never forgets. Oh, they'll get the Series X Pro if it comes out in 2025 for GTA 6. And even then, it probably won't run at 60 FPS, right? Whatever we saw in that trailer, that was running on PC. That wasn't running on console. That trailer was on PC. Didn't the 360 come out before the PS3? Every couple of decades, a corporation is selected to succeed everybody else. I'm not so sure about that. That's almost talking about like a cartel Illuminati stuff. It's possible, I guess, in the background, but I guess there's no way to prove it. So when are you streaming Kong? When that hits 49%. And you guys need to start sending those super chats so I can actually buy the game. I said I'd stream it. I didn't say I'd buy it. I am going down to technicalities now. I am 100% going down to technicalities. I said I'd stream it. I didn't say I'd buy it. There's only one current price cut I see on Kong, and it's not line up, in my opinion. I hope you. Steve, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I am wrong. But so far, this has been Sony's year, right? Sony in a nutshell right now. Something seriously is wrong, and I'm surprised more players from Camp Blue are not questioning what's up. Knights of the Old Republic remake, dead. Abandoned, the less we said, the better. Factions, dead. Facts, Xbox expanded to PC, Cloud, GeForce Now, and now the Quest platform was brilliant. You know, I want to buy a Quest 3 just so I can get Game Pass on there. I am not wrong, Steve. You're wrong. But this is like crazy. You know what would be really good, chat? If Microsoft moved in and made Factions 2 for Xbox, went over to Abandoned, actually made it into a game, because clearly it wasn't, and then went and bought Knights of the Republic as an exclusive, considering they had it for the Xbox, right? Hey, look, there. Man, you guys don't be evil. Should have offered to play Pokemon. So Gaz over here, right? He's very convinced that Xbox is about to release a new console. Hear him out.
Really, like, he's a developer, and I know he's a developer and working on multiple games. And he's actually suggesting something. This is going to turn me into the fucking special Nick, but he's suggesting that the only reason why, and he's a developer, he's saying the reason why, and he's a PlayStation guy, by the way. He goes, the reason why they're not saying that is potentially what's going on without saying what the next Xbox is. He's saying that, okay, again, massive pinch of salt here, but this guy is not a liar. And he's saying, they're hearing there's an inkling that Microsoft's intending to pull a 360 next generation, and they're trying to get in a little bit early on their latest console. So what they're saying is the PS5 Pro dropping in 2024, PlayStation 6 isn't happening until 2028. It's just not happening. So 2026 to 2027 is when Microsoft may actually release its next console. So Blade has just entered production. So it's 3 to 4 years out. So that puts it in the window of 2026 or 2027. If they aren't able to say which platforms they're going, is the gut feeling is that it's the next box. Now it's very out there. Like, that's suggesting Xbox is going to undercut Play, which it needs to. Tactically, it makes sense. Microsoft trying to regain some eyes on it as PlayStation completely eclipses it.
See, this is what I said with Blade, right? Hey, Sanchezmtz Gaming gifted 1 month membership to Aussie Fan 80. That's awesome, dude. It amazes me how much of YouTube is based on pure speculation. I mean, there's a lot, but what he's saying here is actually founded. What Gaz is saying here is what I believe is correct. So the reason, if you've watched my Blade video, not the one where I was trolling all the PlayStation idiots about them looking at a concept art, I'm talking about the one why there was no console attached to it, why there was no logo attached to it. And I did say in that video that it's because the current Xbox is not where Blade is going. It's going to be released for the next version of the console, right? Not this one. And because they haven't formally announced it, they can't put the logo there for marketing reasons, for legal reasons, for shareholder reasons, and also then the next question arises: what's happening with Game Pass then? Because they could have just said it's going to be on Game Pass and left everything else off it. They could, but I also think Game Pass is about to be restructured. I think Game Pass over the next 3-4 years is going to become different to what it is now. Right now, you've got Game Pass Core, you've got Game Pass, which I don't understand why anyone has, but apparently there are people out there that do have it. And then you've got Game Pass Ultimate. I think what's eventually going to happen is you're going to have Game Pass Core, you're going to have Game Pass with Xbox Live, but it's not going to have the ABK games. So what you're going to have is Day One Xbox One Studio games. Maybe you're going to have the ZeniMax games in there. They kind of make sense. But if you want the ultimate package that includes ABK, you're going to get the Game Pass Ultimate one that's going to have the EA access, the ABK games like Call of Duty. You're going to pay more for that. You're going to pay the Game Pass Ultimate. If you're just buying Game Pass, you'll still get access to the internet, to Xbox Live, but you're not going to get those ABK games. And I think they're going to rebrand that entirely. And I think internally right now, that's what they're working on. And I think when the next Xbox launches, they're actually going to rebrand Game Pass entirely. Because xCloud kind of feels like a disjointed part of it. And so they need to kind of find a way to kind of bring that into the branding image. When you talk about Ultimate, xCloud is there, but it just feels like it's an add-on. It's just like a tacked-on thing rather than it being integral. So I think the next branded name that they're going to have is going to have the word cloud in it. And that's going to kind of fuse everything together. That's my idea anyway. So that's why there's no logos or anything there. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's basically my thoughts on the process. Disney have already said, especially with Indiana Jones, that it's up to Bethesda if they want to make it multi-platform or Xbox exclusive. And who's the head of Xbox right now? Bethesda right now? Anyone know? Anyone? Who's the head of Bethesda Studios right now? I just thought I would pop and drop a like because I enjoy this channel. Have a good evening, sir. You too, Wayne. You too. And sorry for your loss, dude. Gaz is a pony? You think so? Exactly. Matt Booty. And what did Matt Booty say? Let's buy Sony out of business. Exactly. There is no way that guy is going to put the game on PlayStation. Just no way. There's just no way. There's just no way that's happening. There's me trolling. The AMD rumor. AMD data miner Kepler indicates that Xbox Next is coming sooner than we think, possibly 2026 or even earlier. I think it won't be. I mean, it would be really. Can you imagine if the moment PlayStation announced the PlayStation Pro, saying, "Hey, PlayStation Pro coming November the 10th," and then Microsoft turn around and go, "Xbox Next, Xbox Series X2, November the 9th." That would be crazy, right? That would be pretty wild. But I thought this was good. I thought this is good. A long list of the 2024 BAFTA Game Awards revealed. Multiple games by Xbox third-party studios. So Hi-Fi Rush got 6 nominations for the BAFTAs. Animation, Artistic Achievement, Audio Achievement, Family, Music, New IP. Starfield got 3 for Narrative, New IP, Technical Achievement. Forza Horizon 5 got Evolving Game. Forza Motorsport got it for Multiplayer. Sea of Thieves for Evolving Game. Diablo 4 for artistic achievement, multiplayer, music, narrative. God of War Modern Warfare 3, the game that they all laughed about, has got it for audio achievement, multiplayer, and technical achievement. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. I hope it's 2026 at the earliest. I just don't want to upgrade to a new console any sooner than I have to. Plus, the later it comes out, the better hardware it'll have. That is true. I think I'm looking forward to the BAFTA Awards. That's like a nice set of stuff there. Unfortunately, we have some bad news. Bethesda has announced that the Fallout 4 next-gen update will come in 2024 as opposed to this year. I know a lot of people are looking forward to this. I myself was looking forward to this, but they still need some time to get it working. God of War creator David Jaffe is not happy with the direction that character of Kratos is taking in PlayStation exclusive. Let's listen to him.
Studio. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. If you're going to build a brand new IP or you're going to build a character into the God of War lore and that character is struggling or dealing with your problems that a lot of you guys that have gotten older and girls at the studio have dealt with, that's wonderful. Do that shit all day long. But don't take the character Kratos or Indiana Jones and go, you know what? I'm Steven Spielberg. I'm older now and I'm really into family and I want to tell stories about fathers and sons and God. No, fuck you. That is not what this character is, whether it's Indy or whether it's the goddamn Kratos. Okay? I just stop. You know, I get it. You know, I don't know. It's just like someone needs to be able to tell these people no sometimes and say, look, we love that you're arty-farty. We love that you're taking shit from your personal life. We love that you're treating the medium, and Sony always has, as an art form studio. And I don't mean that disrespect.
That is a based comment. That was basically no comms on the Fallout upgrade this whole time. I had a feeling it wasn't coming out. There was some comms. They were asked before. They did talk about it before Starfield came out, and they said, you know, all development was focused on Starfield at the time, so you know they had to rein it in a little bit on Fallout 4 upgrade. You know, Peter Hines basically came out and said, you know, it's still coming, but development has slowed because all hands on deck with Starfield. First thought, though, I don't understand what he means. Have you played the God of War games, the original ones, Cesano? What's this? No. You didn't. You didn't. You did not do it. You did not do it. No. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. You're not going to make me put this trash on my hardware. You didn't do it, Taz. Taz, tell me you didn't do it. Tell me that this is a game that I actually want to play. Taz, tell me this is a game that I actually want to play. You bastard. You bastard. You asshole. Oh my God. No, Taz, why? Why would you do this? I had a good thing going. I actually enjoyed my life. Right? I actually enjoyed streaming. Chat, look what he did. Look what he did. Look what he did. Look what he did. Bye-bye, Paul. No, 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 no. I have to actually install this trash now. Maybe Sunday or Tuesday we'll do something. Since he's done it, I'm gonna have to suffer through it. You know, I could have been playing Halo on Tuesday with you guys. I could have been playing Redfall with you guys, but instead I have to play through Kong with you guys. I'm back. I love Angry Rant. So when the long stream then? I guess maybe Tuesday. Man, that just deflated me hardcore. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, where is it? Did I pass it? Did I pass the news? I need something to distract me now because that was depressing. You didn't need to do that, Taz. You did not need to do that. It was all going to plan. I almost got away with it. I almost got away with it. Where is it? Pretty sure it's around here somewhere. Did anyone see this from J-Dub? You don't want to buy... No. You know what? I'll leave that poll for next Friday. Hopefully by then you guys will forget. What do you mean, yes? Factions will launch before Starfield. Remember this tweet. Oh, we remembered. I mean, check this out, right?
Man, NVIDIA GeForce Now is just crazy. I've got it hardwired into the TV. That's just NVIDIA GeForce Now, native, no lag, no artifacts. It's just nuts. It's just absolutely crazy.
That's no console, no nothing. I mean, look at this donut. What are the two worst and most irrelevant Disney properties in today's world of gaming? I actually think he's mentally deranged at this point. I think he's actually AI, to be fair. I don't think it's actually him anymore. Right, this is what I was talking about. So a lot of people were talking about the new, what is it? The new person that Microsoft has hired, the new woman that came from Sony. And I think she's had a big role to play with this. Microsoft has been very censor friendly, right? They do censor stuff. But this over here, right? So this is what they've done. Sony has completely and utterly censored Blue Protocol for the PlayStation version. Now, the Japanese market is currently up in arms because the PC version is not censored, not like this. And now apparently a lot of the Japanese public, the gaming community, are turning, because they don't all have PCs, they're looking to the Series S, because that's quite big in Japan, to actually play this game, because the Xbox version is not censored. So if we click on this, this is basically how the characters are seen. This is the PlayStation version. And you know how Japanese cultures, like, they're open to everything, right? And censorship in Japan is just like a big no-no. This would have been censored 100% for Xbox, and it would have appeared exactly the same way as it is on PlayStation. I think that woman who's in charge of the current, the Japanese side of Xbox now that's come from PlayStation, I think she's the one that stepped in and made sure that this censorship didn't happen. Because right now, when I go to the Discord or when I go to the JP Reddits for this game, they are praising Xbox for this and saying that Xbox is going to be the platform that they play this on. That's huge. And I think she had a big hand to play in this, because I can see Phil Spencer easily censoring this, right? Easily. But Japan has a different culture, a different way of looking at things, a different way of their, social culture is just different, right? They're more accepting of this sort of thing than the Western community is. And so I think, this is already a massive positive effect that she's had, because you now see people actually speaking positively in Japan about Xbox. And this is just a tiny thing that I think she's influenced. So I think she can actually be really huge over the next 2-3 years. It's going to be a slow process, but I think with her influence, I think Microsoft could really turn it around. And by the next generation console, if they can sign a few JRPGs as exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem, or just if they're third party, timed exclusives to the Xbox platform, I think they could be onto a winner. Exactly, Erdsy fan. And I think this is really good. I know that, like I said, I know the Western public look at this sort of thing in a different light, but you've got to take it from a culture that's, much more liberal when it comes to, sexuality and nudity. And, well, they're not nude, they're still wearing stuff. So at the end of the day, I think this is a real positive move when it comes to Xbox. I'll need to check that out. Oh, he's got another podcast. I need to maybe bring someone on board as well. As Honkai Star. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Pornhub. Now we know what PlayStation gamers have been doing. Now we know what they've been doing, folks. Oh shit. I mean, that's an 82.6% of console traffic from PlayStation going to Pornhub. 82.6%. Fucking hell. Jeez. Sony wanted 12 of these? Yeah, they did. It might not sound a lot, but that's still a lot of shit. That's still a lot of money. The reason this is upsetting for me anyway is because Sony could have made this happen or let them hire up to it. That's exactly what I said right in my video. And even today, I said that they can build a studio for the game. They could build a team for the game, and it doesn't have to impact the single player experience. They could have done this, but they chose not to. I think Bungie gave Sony a wake-up call about just what it takes to make and keep these games alive. I think it did. I'd love to see what they had in the works, but I am glad Naughty Dog decided to keep making best-in-class single-player games. Oh, look. Oh, look. Our resident Steve is here. You don't think they canned the wrong gas title and established IP with a good following against the random stuff? Upcoming announced gas Sony F themselves over here 100%. Oh, Steve! Steve! Caught in 2K! What is this? The language. How would I get into Pornhub when PS5 doesn't have a browser? If you send yourself a message or send someone a message with a URL, you actually can access the browser. The browser's there. They've just disabled it. Well, not disabled it. They've hidden it. Wasn't me. I was trying to hide. Did this mofo hang a picture of me and my tweet on his home wall? We knew he was a weirdo. But damn, this takes the cake. The fuck? I have achieved salt. God say this. Oh shit, he actually did it. He actually did it. So this is the part of the stream where I ask, is there anything that you guys would like to like me to react to? Also, there was one other thing that I wanted to show you. Has anyone here played Alan Wake? Alan Wake 2? Has anyone here played Alan Wake 2? Where is it? I posted something a little while ago. Where is it? Where is it? I did post it, right? It's under replies. Here it is. No. This bit here. I didn't notice this the first time I played Control. I didn't notice this the first time I played Control. But this is how, you know, the mind of Sam Lake works. And my God, it was all here all along. Just none of us noticed. I mean, I missed this the first time I played it. It was only when I saw this clip now that it actually made sense. When I first got to this point, it just flew straight past me.
Maybe I'm just here to punish myself.
Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe it's all real.
Dream where my brother endlessly tells me about his dreams.
I was in a dark place, and there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door, and he told me that there are many worlds, side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop. In another world, the cop was real. Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time, endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea. What did he know?
Not wild about the idea myself.
Through time, the thunders.
That's insane, right? That's insane, right? So there was already reference to Mr. Door already in Control. The writer that they were talking about was Alan Wake. The fact that they could go, they were going between different, phases. I'm not going to spoil it because people have already said in the chat that they haven't played it. But that actually now makes sense. And it also makes sense why he refused this guy to come over, because bringing the hiss into the dark place would probably have been a really, really bad idea. By all means, dude, feel free. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. There's a lot more going on. A lot more going on. But yeah, feel free, dude. Feel free. But this game was released, what, in 2000? And the foundation stones were already set from back in Control. Like when I saw this, it blew my mind. It really did. And that's why I had to say, at Remedy Games, Alan Wake, Sam Lake, literally telling us about Alan Wake, Mr. Door, and Casey right under our noses. And it just, when I first saw this, it just went whoosh. I didn't get it. I did not get the reference. I don't know why I didn't. It was obvious what they were talking about. Like, it's crazy, right? Like that's literally mind blown. That's like the fourth dimension, and you're like, what? I mean, I'm actually a massive fan of Alan Wake, and I missed it. It just went straight over me. Make sure you play the AWE DLC as well in Alan Wake. It bridges Alan Wake at 2 and Control together. So definitely worth playing through the AWE DLC. But yeah, that was like seriously mind blown. It just blew my mind, man. When I saw this, I thought I'd share it because God, that was the fourth wall right there. Dreamcast guy? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. He did it again. All right, boys. All right, boys. All right, boys. All right, boys. Is he still shadow banned? He's shadow banned still. Is he still shadow banned? Seriously. They said Naughty Dog was cooking the food. Is it this? Man, they cooked Last of Us quite well. Nope, I'm gonna have to go to YouTube. There is Diablo. There is. So in order to get the full Alan Wake experience, you need to play Alan Wake, The Signal DLC, The Writer DLC, American Nightmare DLC. Then you go to Quantum Break because there's references and lore in there. In fact, there's at one point in the game, you actually find a whole whiteboard with all connections to Alan Wake and the Dark Place and whatnot, and how the people in Quantum Break's universe are kind of seeing what's there, but they can't interact with it. So it's actually canon, but they can't legally say it's canon because Microsoft owned the Quantum Break IP. So you play Quantum Break, then you go to Control, then AWE, and then you get to thing. I don't think the first DLC is that relevant for Control, but the second DLC AWE is, and then you get to Alan Wake 2.
What's up, Gaber? Streamcast guy.
Nope. Is it this one here? Or is it this one here? Which one are we watching? Which one is it, Devontae? This one here? Okay.
What's up, Gamers? Dreamcast guy here, talking today about...
Have a good night, Wayne World. And I look forward to that email.
the bad games of 2023, because this has been a uniquely fantastic year. I've actually been talking a lot in videos recently about how I've kind of been reflecting on how incredible it is that we got so many back-to-back 10 out of 10 releases. In fact, when I did my typical video of...
Wait. What's that 10 out of 10 release?
How I've kind of been reflecting on how incredible it is that we got so many back-to-back 10 out of 10.
Mate, there is no way that game is 10 out of 10. No way. No way. That I could bullshit to that already.
In fact, when I did my typical video of top 10 best games of the year, I cheated and put 15 different games in that video. But normally, in every year, I do a best list and a worst list, talking about the games that are absolute dumpster fires. But this year, I wanted to do something a tiny bit different. Instead of talking about the games that just downright suck, the games that are broken messes or actually unplayable like the day before, I wanted to talk about the games that disappointed me, that looked good and turned out to kind of suck. Okay, so let's actually try and dive deep. I'm sure some...
Why do I get the feeling this is going to be a 20-minute video about Starfield?
Somebody's going to get offended by this video, so be sure to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. All right, with that being said, it's time to go swimming in the trash. These are my picks of the top 10 most disappointing games in 2023. Number 10, Payday 3. When it comes to video game sequels, it seems like such an easy slam dunk. If you're making a follow-up to a already beloved
I actually agree with this one.
More of it. More maps, more guns, more cool, flashy spell effects, you know, that kind of stuff. Well, somehow, Payday 3 is dramatically worse than Payday 2. It actually has less heists, the gameplay is not as refined, and the servers have been completely broken. Yes, that's right, this game was actually unplayable for weeks at a time. I've been trying to play this here and there, and between the huge content patches that are supposed to be fixing it, I'm constantly left scratching my head and going, why did they even release this? Now, Payday 3 is not a completely broken mess. It actually is pretty playable, but it's pretty obvious that if you're looking for a fun time, something you can play with your friends and rob some banks, you're much better off playing Payday 2, which is so weird to think about. Payday 3 is on Game Pass, and really, I'd say it's better to buy Payday 2 than install this really unfinished blob. Number 9. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
What was wrong with Avatar?
It's very obvious that Ubisoft has been working hard to try and make better games than perhaps they've created in the last decade. Now, I'm not saying that like Ubisoft is a bad company or particularly lazy, but their games have a very generic feel to them. A lot of times,
I'll agree with
in
that.
particular,
This game does
Assassin's
look
Creed
generic.
compared to a Watch Dogs, compared to a Far Cry, they all kind of blend together, for better or for worse. But I really feel like they were trying their best to go outside the box with Avatar here, and it still doesn't quite hit the mark. Now, I do say this, but apparently the Avatar fanboys are completely in love with this game, but to me, it's just a glorified tech demo. It's another game that's just a huge checklist of weird objectives. All right, take down 5 bases, shoot some mechs, upgrade your bow, go to the next area, shoot 5 more mechs, take down 5 more bases. I mean,
sounds very generic. Susanoo, yeah, this is one of the things I want to do next year. I want to actually sit down and finish games that I play, so I can have a much better grasp on good and bad games. And while I actually play them, once I finish playing them, I'll start to work on like the best and worst list from early next year. Something I didn't do this year, and I've been really busy with quite a bit with real life, so I didn't get to play as many games as I wanted to this year. So next year, that's going to be something I want to do.
The hippie narrative of it is kind of at least stand out compared to other Ubisoft originals, but even with how much they definitely tried with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, it's the kind of game that I just feel like it's not really worth the price tag. I played a lot of this game, and by the end of it, I was just really bored, if I'm being honest. Number 8. Exoprimal. Across the gaming industry, there is these particular publishers that people love the most. There's fans for
I disagree
stuff
with
like
this.
Square Enix or Insomniac, and a personal favorite of mine has been Capcom. I mean, this last decade, I have been blown away by what they've done with stuff like Devil May Cry, obviously Monster Hunter, and of course Resident Evil, which is part of why I was so deeply confused by Exoprimal. This is a co-op shooter that's online only, where you and a bunch of people in mech suits are fighting off waves of dinosaurs. Now, the entire premise of this is not particularly bad, but the whole idea of it, I don't know, it's just not fun. It doesn't really feel fleshed out. The amount of money they spent developing all this battle passes and cosmetic skins and goofiness, I just wish they made a Dino Crisis remake instead.
Now, I actually 100% disagree with him, because that's not what this game is. The fact that he called it a co-op game is entirely wrong. This game is a multiplayer Overwatch style game. So it's a PvEVP game. So basically, you've got 2 teams, right? And you're both racing to the end. You both have the same encounters, and you've just got to clear the waves and continue down the path. And when you get to the end, whoever makes it to the end first gets a really big advantage. And they can basically complete the encounter before the opponent gets there. Now, if you get there at the same time or within like the same window, then you have to battle it out between you to try and gain the advantage. And so it's a really nice mesh of PvEVP. Obviously, those that actually have a better team in terms of synergy are going to do better. So you do need your healers, your tanks, your DPSs. But it's actually a really nice game. It's not a bad game. And it's not the game he's describing. He's actually, he's describing it completely and utterly incorrectly. So the fact that he can't even understand what this game is supposed to be is already telling me that he's full of shit. This is not right. This game is actually pretty decent. It's just the community wanted Dino Crisis 3 or 4, whichever one is supposed to be here. And because they wanted Dino Crisis, they already started slamming this game, pretty much giving it the same treatment that Forspoken got. That's it. They didn't want to give this game a chance. It's actually pretty good. It's not great. It's not an 8 or 9 out of 10 game. It is a 7 out of 10 game. But if you've got a bunch of friends that want to play this, I think it's available on Game Pass, right? So maybe something that we can try out one week as a community. But, this game is actually pretty damn decent.
Now, again, I'm not saying that Exoprimal is the worst game I've played, but the entirety of my hours with it, I just kept asking, why does this exist? It's not particularly exciting. It's not really that unique. It's just another generic online shooter that's meant to get you to buy that premium battle pass. Number 7, Atlas Fallen. So I know there's a good chance you probably haven't even heard of this game, but let me break down why.
I've heard bad things about this,
even if you've never installed it. So Atlas Fallen has us playing as these people that are nameless, this faction of people that are pretty much just indentured servants. When one day, when cast out
see you, Steve. I see you.
Storm, instead of dying, which is pretty much a death sentence, you stumble upon a gauntlet that gives you different magical abilities. The ability to surf on sand, or make spikes come out of your fist, or do all sorts of crazy cool blade attacks. Atlas Fallen is an open world game that is very focused on the premise of saving these people and overthrowing this evil kingdom. The problem is that it just doesn't feel very high budget, which feels like a very mean thing to say, but a lot of times, like, the combos are decent, but they're never thrilling. A lot of the set pieces are kind of cool, but also kind of bland. You're pretty much just sectioned from one place to the next. I mean, this is the kind of game that I feel like had tremendous ambition and some really cool trailers, but when it came out, it's a very 6 out of 10 game. I mean, if you're looking for something
Dude,
that's
I get it. You
actually
don't
going to
like it. Move
impress
on.
you for 20 minutes, it's the kind of game that if you found this on Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, is not worth your time. Number 6, Wanted
The moment
Dead.
I hear Game Pass, you can piss off.
There's a term that's thrown around a lot in the horror genre, which is called schlock. It essentially means being cheesy on purpose, having exploding heads or goofy one-liners, or sometimes really flat dialogue by design. And I believe that what they were attempting to do with Wanted Dead is create a lot of schlock. We're playing as these bad guys that are in prison on death row that are being pulled out of prison for impossible missions. And they're all very silly characters. I like their design. I like their
Wasn't this game supposed to be good?
line reading. Like, I feel like you can hear the microphone when these guys are reading their lines. It's that low budget. The problem is that
Good, Steve, you
Wanted
deserve
Dead
it.
is terribly unfun. I mean, whether you're trying to do the melee combos or the dodges or throwing grenades or shooting, like, everything in it is so
I was actually interested
stiff.
in this game.
Like,
It looks
this
cool.
is the kind of game that you can play for hours and it never feels smooth or conducive. Like, this is one of those kind of games where I do think the story, the silliness, the actual humor lands, even if some of the jokes are unintentional and you're laughing at the game. But you can't just have jokes.
What have you done to me?
Actually need to be.
You
a
still need to
game
ask.
if you're gonna make a game.
After today.
Number 5.
After COD.
Diablo 4. A major aspect of gaming that's been stirring up so much controversy in 2023 has been the idea of live service games.
How is this even in the most disappointing games? The launch of the game was great. Season 1 was horrendously trash. Season 2 is great. The majority of the game is great. How is this even there? I don't get it.
Stuff that doesn't just have cosmetic microtransactions and daily login bonuses and stuff, but just beyond that. Games that mean for you to play them forever. They want to be the only game you play. Now, this goes beyond stuff like...
It's a live service. It's literally in the description. You play any game that's a live service, it wants you to live in it. That's its whole function. You know why? Because when it's a live service and you live in it, there's a good chance you're going to spend your money on it. I know that concept might be a little wow out there, but Jesus Christ, is this guy's takes really bad.
Like Call of Duty or Fortnite.
Sony players
or,
don't do multiplayer too well, so such games don't do relatively well on PlayStation. Main issue is not that the game is bad, but it isn't the game Sony fans wanted. Agreed, 100%.
Clash Royale, it actually goes beyond that. A lot of
Destiny has to be here, right? Lightfall was literally the worst expansion of the year.
Diablo 4. Now, I say this as a person that has 400 hours in the game and an actual Diablo tattoo. This game could...
Mate, the fact that you have a Diablo tattoo means you're fucking sad.
...have been a lot better. It's decent. It's fun.
I mean, this is the type of guy that probably gets his, his girl's face tattooed onto their arm and then splits up. And then, when he's with his new girl, she has to look at the ex's face all the time. Fucking hell.
And the story is, in my opinion, some of the best that Blizzard has ever made. The problem is that Diablo 4 is based on seasons. Every time you play this, it's warping and changing.
How is it any different to the other Diablos? It's so ironic, and Sony wanted to go full on live service. Talk about out of touch. Yep. But how is this? Wasn't Diablo 3 with seasons? I know Diablo 2 probably wasn't, but Diablo 3 was, right?
Constant updates and patches and complete overhauls that can make a character that you've put hundreds of hours into playing instantly stronger or weaker or a god. This is so annoying is that we now exist in an era where if a company goes bankrupt, your character may just get deleted. The game can cease to exist. And beyond that, now they can reach into your save file and make the person that you leveled up dramatically suck.
I swear, if Destiny isn't on this list, this guy is trash.
Here. Diablo 4 is not a complete train wreck, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that it's just so disappointing to watch them have to just figure this out via trial and error. Diablo 4 is going to be like amazing in 2 or 3 years, but as it stands, I cannot believe how much they completely fumbled the bag. Number 4. The Last of Us PC. Let me start this,
this was
entry off
bad.
with a question that I feel is actually
This was
important,
bad.
which is this. When should we forgive a company for releasing a game that is purposefully broken? Because when The Last of Us came out on PC, it literally didn't work. It crashed, the shaders were completely busted, it was just completely unfinished, character models looked totally different. Now, if you had an extremely high-end PC, you probably wouldn't notice, but they just dropped this knowing that it was a complete wreck. Also, I'm sorry that my face is here on the screen. This is actually footage that I recorded back on launch day when the game straight up...
No. There's no need to apologize, my dude. 100%. There is no need to apologize. This is probably the best thing right now that anyone that's watching this is going to see. Literally, I don't think there's a single person complaining right now. Literally, you've got the choir in the background going, celebrate good times, come on. What the hell's wrong with you?
I breathe in and I get, oh, right there.
Huh?
I breathe in.
So you breathe in and then you go, oh. What?
This is hurts when I breathe out.
So when you breathe in, like, oh, I'm dying.
Oh, yeah, I can't bother with it today.
Mate, if you start breathing and you're in
If I die
pain,
in my sleep, I'll haunt you.
if you die in your sleep, you're gonna haunt me. That's okay. I see dead people anyway. Yeah.
Just like a Turkish nan.
A Turkish what?
You know mom's Turkish.
Yeah.
Scarf.
Yeah.
It's like Turkish.
Take a picture. I think Sony really underestimated the resources necessary to develop and sustain a gas game. Of course they did, Edward. Naughty Dog basically admitted they don't have the manpower or money. They could have employed people, though. They could have hired, invested, you know, what people say, we grow our companies. They could have done that. What are you doing? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I used to. What's... So chat, this is what they did to my, what they've done to the cat. Can you see it? Hey, look. After you bought me Kong, I am seeing dead people. Time to go. Thanks for the stream, dude. Been lots of fun. Really, really looking forward to Tuesday. I'm not. And the Mighty Kong stream. Have a great night. You too, buddy. Don't know what to think of that. Budgeting is generally why many companies have to develop more than one IP at the same time. From Software is like that, for example. I mean, they should, you know, they knew what this game involved. And as the scope was getting bigger, they could see, just hire more people. But the reality is Sony didn't want to invest.
Didn't work. Now, I have a good computer, and it would not work, especially when I tried to play this on Steam Deck. They claimed this was Steam Deck verified, which means it runs on it. That was just a bald-faced lie. I cannot believe that Naughty Dog looked at this and went, yeah, that's ready to go. In fact, they released multiple apologies later, straight up admitting that the game was undone, but they wanted to release it in time for the Last of Us TV show. Stuff like this is the problem with the gaming industry, is that so much of it is focusing on quotas and timelines and investment quarters. Release a game when it's ready to go, or else you're just going to end up losing in the end. Number 3.
I don't even agree with that last point, Edward. Because they haven't invested anything into PSVR 2. I mean, the tech for the PSVR 2 is amazing, right? I actually want someone... I mean, I know people are working on it to get it to work on PC. And when they actually unlock the PSVR 2's tech and get it working on PC, it's going to be one of the best the PC VR headsets out there. It's a really, really good piece of tech. But where's the support on PlayStation? I'm a day one adopter. I bought it for The Last of Us Call of the Mountain. That game is literally garbage. It is worse than every single game on this list. Right? You'll get more entertainment playing Pong than you will do playing that game. I was really disappointed. But where are the first-party PlayStation games on that VR headset? There's none. There is none. Then again, looking at CI games, and yes, I'm calling them out, they couldn't even develop one properly at Hexworks. See, I think it's different. Sony knew what they were doing, play it best on PlayStation. That's highly possible, right? That's a real possibility that they could have sabotaged the PC version to push PC gamers over to PlayStation. That is definitely possible. And if they saw a real increase in numbers that people bought PlayStations and The Last of Us the game, they would have seen that as a massive success. I mean, if developers make mistakes, they make mistakes, right? And at the end of the day, they need to be called out. That's the way I see it. Game development is hard. All development is hard, right? But, you know, you shouldn't turn a blind eye. Redfall is so much better now. See, that's the game we should be playing on Tuesday. Tech for PSVR 2 is good as it gets at this time, but it wasn't out to fail. No first-party support is going to effectively kill it. No, I get that. It wasn't out to fail. I 100% agree with that. But they haven't supported it. They released the PSP. They didn't support it. They released the PS Vita. They didn't support it. PSVR 1, no support. PSVR 2, no support. What's the trend between the PSP, PS Vita, and the PSVR 1? They're all non-existent. PSVR 2 will follow that. Why is the PS Portal successful? Because it doesn't need support.
Redfall. Microsoft has been in a very weird spot with the Xbox Series X ever since it came out. It's not that it lacks games, but there hasn't been those huge AAA exclusives that PlayStation's had and Nintendo's had. And because of it, obviously, the console sales of the Xbox are dramatically behind. In fact, in some areas...
That's got nothing to do with the console sales, you stupid, uneducated man.
Of the world, the PlayStation 5 is outselling
I
the
wish
Xbox
the AI was like this now.
7-1, which is completely
Not gonna
bonkers
lie.
to think about. And
They
I
are
think part of
brutal
that
right
comes
now.
down to games like Redfall. This was a co-op vampire shooter that was supposed to be something that was going to be interesting and different by Arcane. This is a legendary studio that's made some of the best
Mr. Young.
stealth action ever. And yet this came out and it was, again, a completely busted mess.
It was at the
Vampires
time.
couldn't see you sometimes. The AI was terrible. The gameplay itself was repetitious, a lot of times just having you kill mini bosses over and over again until you unlock that next main objective. Redfall sucks. I mean, it just downright to its very DNA is a bad game. Now, I know they've done some stuff to try and fix it since then, and they've finally made it 60 FPS like 6 months after launch. But my problem is the fact that, again, stop pushing stuff out because you're trying to hit some sort of arbitrary deadline. If you released Redfall feature complete in 2024, maybe people would have been impressed by it. Maybe you could have put an actual picture of it on the Xbox Series X box and sold a couple more consoles.
I actually agree. I mean, this is a rare moment where I actually agree with him. And this is something that I said, maybe a month or so ago. And, a bunch of people that watched that video got really upset with me when I said that the only reason Redfall came out the way it did was to hit the Game Pass quota. I still stand by that, by the way. I do believe that is the case because there's no reason to release Redfall in the state that it already was. And there is no one on this planet that can tell me that not a single person at Microsoft Game Studios would have seen that game before it released. There is no way in hell that anyone is going to convince me that they didn't see it. But they needed to release it because there wasn't a game on Game Pass and they couldn't delay it anymore. But I think they should have delayed it. They should have delayed it. I agree with that statement. Bets on his number one, it's going to be Starfield. Has to be. Has to be Starfield. It would never be there if it was on PlayStation. But because it's not, everyone hates Starfield. Agreed, Edward. Agreed. This is exactly what I said, and I got crucified by so many people at the time, but I still stand by it. is raising a question with me. Why are people focused on FPS rather than refresh rates and things that perceptually impact games like that more? What do you mean by refresh rates? I mean, if a game runs at 60 frames per second, it's refreshing at 60 it's refreshing at the same speed. Your FPS generally can match what your refresh rate is. Not always, but it can. But you kind of want a smooth running game, right? At 60 FPS, especially with a first person shooter. Are you talking about FPS as in frames per second or first person shooter? The way they get melted down during the showcase, 100%, it will be Starfield.
Instead, this is a release that's already forgotten. Number 2.
No way.
Forspoken.
No way.
It's so interesting to kind of ponder
No
how multifaceted
way.
video games are. You can have games
No
that tell
way.
great stories, or have big vistas, or nice combat and cool leveling trees, or really immersive universes. But also, a particular bad spot of a game can drag down the entire experience. Forspoken is not the worst game I've ever played, but it probably has some of the worst writing I've ever seen. This has constant, pure cringe of, yeah, I just moved that object with my freaking mind. Lots of weird...
Literally, everyone calls out that line because they haven't played it. That's it. That is the only line that they know from this fucking game because they haven't played it. If they can't come out with any other cringy lines, and there is a lot of them, by the way, that are way worse than this. But you know what? They haven't played it. So that's why they keep referring back to this one. It pisses me off because there are a number of faults for this game that people can call it out. But constantly criticizing it on the one thing that they saw on Reddit or saw on YouTube is so cringe. It's so stupid. And it just shows that you're not a gamer.
On the nose.
Like I said, there are things you can criticize this game for. There are a number of things you can. But everyone keeps coming to that same line because that's the one that went viral and that's the one that everyone knows about. And just like David Jaffe turned around to that idiot that came onto his show and turned around and said, do you remember that scene where you were burning the bodies? Is that what pissed you off in Starfield? And he goes, yeah, that was one of them. And then he turned around and goes, that's weird because that doesn't actually happen in Starfield. That's in Death Stranding too. And it was like, oh, yeah, but I've definitely played it, man. Yeah. I've definitely played it, man. Yeah, bruv. Yeah, I've definitely played it. And he just got called an absolute idiot and told to fuck off. That's what I'm seeing here. Rant over.
Self-aware snark and cringe dialogue. I mean, oh my gosh. Forspoken is one of those games that I feel like is trying so hard to be an edgy teenager or... I mean, I can't even tell what they were trying to achieve. This game bombed so hard, the studio that made it actually closed. And I'll say it, I feel bad about that. I wish they had gotten a chance to, I don't know, make a different project. But man, Square Enix has been picking up a lot of W's with Final Fantasy, both 7, 16, and now 14, getting all the expansions and stuff. But,
So one franchise. Every other game that they released this year has been mediocre. Remember on another podcast, just because I said I liked the game, actually I just said it isn't as bad as people say it is. It's not even that, Edward. The majority of people, when it comes to Forspoken, are judging it based on the demo. I've seen people reviewing the game based off the demo. They haven't even played it. Some publications actually reviewed the game based on the demo, not the final product of the game. When the game launched, it was actually in a good place. You know, you actually understand the context as to why she's edgy, why she's moody. Life has hit her hard. She's cynical. She, she looks at things with a lot of pessimism. Nothing has gone her way, even at the very point where she's about to, jump into the virtual world of Athia. She loses all her life savings in her room to a fire that was set by the people that basically she owed money to. Right? Like, nothing in her life has gone her way. She was orphaned out when she was a baby, found in a street. She has no mum. She has no dad. When she was being raised in the orphanage, no parents that took her in wanted her. She was the most returned child to the orphanage. She had a really, really messed up childhood. No one wanted her. The only person that actually showed her any sympathy, because they knew what she had been through, was the judge. And you meet her at the start of the game, who was trying to provide her with options to make her a better life. And that's when things go wrong and she gets kind of drawn to this amulet that takes her into Athia. But her whole life has been a train wreck where she's just been beaten and beaten and beaten and abused. And then suddenly something goes her way. She can do something, and she actually thinks it, and it happens. Damn right she's going to lose her fucking shit. It's human nature. But this is the only line that they know of because they haven't played the game. Yeah, she was. It is such a good game. If you actually play the game and you see, and when you go into Athia and you start to see how she basically, people are looking to her for help, right? Because she can basically go into the break and live. Unlike others who go into the break, they can't survive, she can. So they're looking to her for help. And she's telling them to piss off because no one helped her for years when she needed it. So why should she help anyone else? And seeing her develop from that selfish, bratty, arrogant child to someone that actually cares for her, for the people, that transformation that happens along the journey is so good to see. But you never hear any of that because no one has played it. Exactly, Ozzy. Exactly. It's a good game. Seriously, guys. If you haven't played it, I recommend you play it. There are certain games that I will stand behind, and this is one of them. Like, if I was to put one of my top games into 2023, this would be in my top 10 that I've played. Not like released. This would be in my top 10 that I played. That's how much I stand behind Forspoken.
Sometimes Square Enix drops the fattest L you've ever seen. Forspoken is just a dumpster fire. And even if you actually talk about the combat itself, it's not really interesting or innovative or really anything even worth talking about. Forspoken is the kind of game where I see people defend it, and I'm actually confused. Play better games. My God. Number 1.
I knew it.
Starfield.
This whole video is pretty much clickbait and frustration worthy.
Is just so catastrophically boring, and that sucks. I mean, I'm a big fan of Bethesda because their games have been so groundbreaking, so influential. Fallout and Skyrim have been not only some of the best Western RPGs of all time, but games that personally I've loved a lot. And I guess it's just bizarre to think that Starfield is the best they could come up with. Now, I've had a phrase
that's
I've
awesome,
put in
Ozzy.
videos in the past, which is that when it comes to gaming, it's better to be bad than boring. If your game is bad enough, if it's a hot enough dumpster fire, it's kind of entertaining to pick it apart, to figure out what exactly went wrong. But Starfield, it's just bland. It's big empty planets, it's half decent shooting, it's very cyclical dialogue that isn't
I wouldn't call it
particularly
isekai.
fun or engaging. Like, Starfield has some decent moments to it, but if you were hoping for the next Skyrim, that's not what this is. This is just a bunch of load screens in space. And I feel bad that this game has already just been so left in the rearview mirror. The modding community is even giving up on it. It's wild to think that everybody who was excited for Starfield seems to have realized...
Wait. The modding community hasn't even started yet. They don't have access to anything. Next year is going to be when they get access to all the tools. What is he even talking about? What is he even talking about?
That classic Bethesda is gone. Maybe when they come out with a couple expansions, this will be in a better spot, but man, I cannot believe how much this game just left me sitting there with a controller in my hand, literally falling asleep.
Also, I just want to say, because he's actually bigging up Skyrim, yeah? He's bigging up Skyrim. Who remembers the launch of Skyrim? Who remembers the launch of Skyrim? Does anyone here remember the launch of Skyrim? The very first edition of Skyrim. Does anyone here remember it? Right. Let me just drop down some truth bombs. Skyrim at launch was fucking shit. Right? It was shit. But you know what? The mods made it fucking amazing. The mods, which they actually then put into the actual game as features, made it good. Who would have thought, right? Why do you think there's like 20 renditions of the game? Because the best mods that they have are now part of the game. They're actually incorporated into the game. Also, right? Also, right? If you go and speak to a friend who actually plays Skyrim, I guarantee you, 100%, right? The first thing they will tell you is, when you've downloaded Skyrim, make sure you download this, and they will give you a long list of mods, and they will tell you that without these mods, the game sucks. So how can these people compare Skyrim, which is, without the mods, a pretty basic bad game, and then turn around and say, oh, well, this game doesn't have the mods yet to support it, but, you know, it's in a bad place. It's in the same place that Skyrim was. So, yeah, Fallout 4 was worse than Skyrim until the mods came in and fixed the game, right? And then you had like the Fallout 4 Second Edition, the Game of the Year Edition, which actually added those mods into the game base. So, if you're going to praise Skyrim, you talk about the base Skyrim. I mean, have you guys seen Skyrim VR? Did you know that exists, Skyrim VR? Anyone here? Do you know that Skyrim VR is actually a thing? I actually love Vanilla Skyrim with the DLCs. The DLCs actually have some of the mods in them already. So Skyrim VR is unplayable. Everything I've seen and read, it's unplayable. But you know what makes it playable? And actually fixes the game? And makes it one of the best VR experiences to date? Do you know what you have to do to make it to do that? Come on. I give you you can have one guess. It starts with M. It's a 3-letter word. It's a 3-letter word. I know you know what it is. I know you know what the word is. It starts with an M. But if you do this one thing to Skyrim VR, it actually becomes one of the best VR experiences. Oh, you guys are going to leave me hanging now, ain't you? Don't leave me hanging. Don't be that cold. Exactly. If you mod it, it actually becomes one of the best VR experiences. I'm actually going to buy it to check it out. But if you look at Steam reviews, every single one there tells you if you are not prepared to mod this game, do not buy it. Period. What Bethesda game has come out that doesn't require modding to make it good? Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, right? Because Bethesda should fix their fucking games before it comes out. Let's be realistic. They should be releasing games that are actually working and good and not require, leave it to modders to actually fix. But that's been the Bethesda way forever. Oblivion, Skyrim VR, they're all the same. Without mods, no one wants to play them. But with the mods, they're amazing. And next year, when the mods come out for this game, its popularity is going to go through the roof.
I put 40 hours into this game.
Hey, Diablo, easy now, Tucker, easy, boy, easy. Hey, you guys are making me play Kong next week. You deserve anything you get at this point. Hey, how's it going, Chris? I think it was Chris that just came into chat. Did I just see things? I swear it was Chris. How's it going, Chris? Bethesda owes a ton to its modding community. It does, but it also, Bethesda owes a ton to its modding community, but at the same time, the engine that Bethesda created was exactly for this reason. It's for people to go out and do what they want to do. So Bethesda deserves a lot of credit for that too. Tuesday. Like I said, I'm not streaming Destiny 2 anymore. Not after that. Not after what they did. I'm doing all right, Chris. I am doing good. We're just reacting to this top 10 most disappointing games, and it's pretty much a bunch of rubbish.
And I kind of just wish I had that time back because it's just not worth it. Even on Game Pass, it's not really worth the install.
Look, Star Citizen, Starfield, both of them fix an itch for me that I like. And that is just exploring worlds, right? But anyone making a space game is going to run into the same problem. No matter what game you play, it's the same. Space is boring, right? Can you see all of this emptiness over here on the right side of the screen where my mouse, I'm not sure if my mouse is visible for you lot, but just aimlessly countless hours of flying through here. Space is boring. It's a big void of nothing, right? So getting space right is really hard because if you try to keep it accurate, it's boring, especially if you don't have PvP. Now, Star Citizen does have PvP where you can get ganked out of warp or stuff like that by, vet players who spend a lot of money, like £3,000 on a ship. Yeah, they do. And they will destroy you. But that's fun, right? But at the same time, you can fly in the void of space for hours if you want. What Starfield does is it tries to get rid of that void of space. You can still travel, and I think in the update they probably will add faster than light travel for those people that want to do it. But ultimately, space is boring. There is no two ways about it. It's boring in Star Citizen. It's boring here. So here they cut it out and turned it into an RPG. I think they did the right thing. What I think is the wrong thing is that they didn't give you the choice to travel in space and experience it for yourself. You know, when I go from one planet to another on Star Citizen, I pretty much set the destination and I go make myself a cup of coffee. Because by the time I come back, we should be there or thereabouts because it's on autopilot, right? You don't do anything. It flies itself. You kind of press a button and everything's done. It goes into warp, and unless someone pulls you out of warp, or like my friend, he opened a cockpit and decided to fly himself out in warp speed, nothing's going to happen. It's just following a straight line until it gets to its destination on autopilot. Let's see. Mods that allow the community to tailor the game to its needs and wants. Did you know that once the modding is out next year, the modding community can basically create their own planets, their own games within the planet, their own storylines, their own cities, their own quests, their own weapons, their own armor. They can do all of that once the tools are out next year. They don't have any tools right now. They've got nothing. He did not play this game. Of course he didn't. Oh my God, 40 hours I put into that much in shipbuilding. The one thing I disagree with that they do is when you go into New Game Plus, which I haven't done yet, so don't spoil it for me, please. I know it's been a while, but I'm a slow burner. I want to do everything first. You don't keep your outposts. You don't keep your ship. You don't keep anything. I think you should keep some stuff. At least your outposts and one of your ships, you should have a choice to keep. But that's just me. Yeah, Chaos, it always irks me when people always like, oh, without the modders, Bethesda is crap. I just feel like, okay, but without Bethesda, the sandbox that's being molded wouldn't exist. 100%. It's a give and take thing with the community. The community love Bethesda for giving them that option, and the Bethesda love the modders for providing a great service. And at the end of the day, if it's a really, really liked feature by the public, most of the time they take that mod and actually incorporate it into the actual game when they release the next version of it, which is cool. Todd Howard said himself that Starfield is the modder's paradise. It will be. And you know what I want them to do first? I want them to make a planet based on a PlayStation game like God of War or something, or Ratchet and Clank. I would love to see that, just to see how people will react to it. You know, maybe, or like a God. Maybe, you know what? Maybe do a factions planet. Yeah, that's what they should do. A factions. Since Naughty Dog couldn't do it, I think the modding community should do it for them. I love aimlessly flying through space. Played way too much Elite Dangerous. Gem, I don't mind it. You know, I didn't say it's bad. Like I said, you should have the option. They should give you the option for faster than light travel. And I'm hoping when the DLC launches, Shattered Stars or Shattered Dreams, whatever it's called, they will give you that option because it needs the option. That's why Starfield was so hard to review. You must put at least 100 hours into it. Even at 100 hours, I don't feel like you can review the game. This is one of those games that you honestly can't truly review. It because the story is there, the factions are there, but you don't have to do any of that. And you can, I mean, I've seen people that have like almost 600 hours on this game now, like someone I follow on Twitter, and he's barely touched the story. But he just loves exploring planet to planet, making money, building his ship so he can travel further, and just constantly finding new vistas that he takes pictures with and plays. I mean, the game is designed in such a weird way that it's really hard to review. First mission Starfield was when I joined the military and I walked into the simulator to fly a ship. Then I had to go back to the guy and talk to him again. Ah, you joined the corpse, right? I still need to do that one because that one actually helps you get your license. Once the mods and DLC come in, Starfield will be talked about again. It's an amazing game. I agree. The travel was great. I thought, looking forward to the mods when I will start New Game Plus. I mean, there's actually mods in the game right now that allow you to travel faster than light that you can use on PC. So you can basically travel as you would do from one planet to another without the loading screen. So it is possible. They just need to add the capability for your ships to be able to do it. In space, it's not like you land on a giant gas giant. I mean, we all want to land on a gas giant, right? Starfield is all about the badges you level up, and people don't like how it is. I mean, I kind of wish the skill tree was done in a way where the more you do something, the more you unlock, rather than having to use a skill point. I didn't like that. Sony needs the money, they will sue. They can't sue, they can ask for a cease and desist. The good old, I don't like Starfield because it is an RPG and not the arcade adventure space sim FPS I wanted. Pretty much, Edward. Yeah, I'm hoping for the choice too. I was just making a joke. My statement on Bethesda owes a lot to the modders was one-sided. I do agree to work in unison. Plus, you have to fix your shit with different parts, but you need badges to do that. A lot of people don't understand how these games are supposed to work, and Starfield. By the way, haters don't realize that the creation engine is the only engine that can support tons of mods. The creation engine is a miracle in itself. It's why Bethesda keeps sticking with it. Honestly, that's the reason. I mean, I've modded the living crap out of my Starfield on PC, and it looks amazing. You don't have any of those faces that look like that. The eyes are perfectly fine. Complexions are fine. There's apparently a vulturous mod for the female characters. Not that I would know anything about that or applied it or anything, but might be worth looking into. I wouldn't know anything about it though. Unreal Engine is amazing, but it's not consistent. I do kind of wish we could have gotten an aerostat colony on a gas giant, but maybe the factions in Starfield don't have that kind of tech. Possibly, but you know who could have that kind of tech, Jen? Modders.
Oh. Starfield, you're not the worst game I've played this year, not by a long shot, but you are by far the most disappointing.
I said nothing, Diablo.
Hopefully the next Bethesda release is, I don't know, a bit more fun. Remember when games were fun? Ugh. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you
Nope. Anything else you guys want to watch? Anything else you want me to react to? Let's do one more if you've got it. And then we can call it the day. No. No. I want to go in Tuesday with a, I'm going to attack that game like a virgin. Whoa. What makes you think I'm becoming Dreamcast guy? What's going on? What did I say to give you that idea? What did I say? What did I say? Why are you insulting me like that? I don't think I deserve that level of insult. I'm offended. Yeah, I don't see anything. Right, is there anything else you guys want me to react to? I was half right. Factions 2 wouldn't be back in 5 years. It would be back in 500 years. Oh, shit. Nineteen 1987.
In a freak mishap, Ranger 3 and its pilot, Captain William Buck Rogers, are blown out of their trajectory into an orbit which freezes his life support systems and returns Buck Rogers to Earth 500 years later. In a freak mishap, Ranger 3 and its pilot, Captain William
The Last of Us factions in the 25th century. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, shit. That was funny. That was good. What the hell's this for? Final Fantasy. See, this is the game I should be playing on Tuesday, right? Final Fantasy 14. Well, folks, this says nothing. Oh, no. Oh, God, we got to watch this. There's salt here, boys. There's salt. There is salt. There is salt.
As well. Baldur's Gate 3 was shadow dropped on Xbox. That whole thing is weird. That'll hijack the whole discussion. Under the discussion of shadow drops, that I don't know why you shadow drop that. That hasn't seemingly gotten any traction on that platform, which is that's a whole other discussion. That delayed release is I can't believe how little that game is being played over there. It's the game of the year. It's not even in the top 50 most played games on Xbox. Like what?
Shout out to the Xbox players who put BG3 in the #1 spot. What did he just say?
Believe how little that game is being played over there. It's the game of the year. It's not even in the top 50 most played games on Xbox. Like played over there. It's the game of the year. It's not even in the top 50 most played games on Xbox. Like what? I can't believe how little that game is being played over there. It's the game of the year. It's not even in the top 50 most played games on Xbox. Like what?
Shout out to the Xbox players who put Baldur's Gate 3 in the #1 spot.
Yeah. I can't believe how little that game is being played over there. It's the game of the year. It's not even in the top 50 most played games on Xbox. Like what in the world? That's a whole discussion. That's a whole discussion about what that looks like to the public and to the developers and to publishers when the game of the year drops over there and it can't even get on top 50 most played. I don't want to sidetrack the discussion. That might be its own talk show. Honestly, because I'm interested in discussing it, but not today.
There are very few times I'm actually speechless. I don't know what to say. Very few. This is one of those. I actually don't know. I don't know what to respond to this. I can't tag him because it's blocked me. Yeah, I can't tag him because he's blocked me. He blocked me after I called him out on my stream, so I'm guessing someone clipped me and sent it to him. But basically, he turned around. His community asked him to review a game, right? And he actually gets, you know, a lot of YouTube memberships, a lot of super chats, a lot of gifted subs. And he, so his community said, like, you know, considering we pay you, you owe it to your community to review their game. And, you know, at the same time, I'm inclined to agree with the guy that said that. Because at the end of the day, without the community watching, the community turning up, the community funding, we can't do what we're doing, right? If there's no revenue coming in, we can do this as a pastime, but eventually it slows down, it dries up. So we owe it to the community. And, you know, if there's any way we can say thank you to the community, we absolutely do. That's the way it is. Because at the end of the day, we're here because of you. And I've always said this, which is why I'm always grateful to anyone that turns up to my streams, to my videos. You know, I'm always humbled that you know, turn up week in, week out. It brings a massive smile to my face. That, you know, the worst fear I have is turning up to a stream one day and seeing no one there. It's a horrible feeling, and, you know, I'm extremely grateful that that hasn't happened. But he turned around and said that I don't owe my community anything. I don't owe them nothing. And I think that's wrong, right? I think that's so wrong to turn around to your community and basically tell them that I don't owe you jack shit. This is the people that are basically paying for your rent, paying your salary, you know, donating a lot of money to you. It's wrong. It's so wrong. It does, Cezanne. It does. Community is everything. Community is everything. And that's why I'm always grateful to anyone that turns up, to any super chat, to any YouTube membership. You know, it means so much to me. I mean, I was new, and, you know, you guys accepted me quite early on, in like, what, 4 months? I'm almost at 6,000 subs. That's amazing for a new channel. That's like, to me, that's like so awesome, man. The pie graph, that was how many people use their consoles to go to Pornhub. Between the PS4, PS5, the Xbox, 82% of the PlayStation users use their console to go to Pornhub. They don't play games. They go over to whack off to hentai. What am I watching here? From JTech. Someone told me to go to JTech. I think it was Devonte. Devonte, what am I watching? Yeah. Pornhub. Traffic by game console. 82.6% from PlayStation. Xbox has a respectable 16%. And 3DS and PS Vita. That's a 1.6%. But yeah. Well, at least they're on top of some. No wonder why they're on Twitter all the time. They're too tired to play games in their mountain of crusty socks. PS5 is king of NPD. Oh, NPD again. Let's see. PS5 is king. Must be an old video. Let's do a search. Wolver. Are you sure it's JTech? Maybe it's am I on the right JTech? Maybe I'm on the wrong JTech. It looks like the right JTech. Ah, here we go. That's a 5-hour stream, dude. That's a 5-hour stream. I don't think anyone wants to sit down and watch a 5-hour stream. That's a bit too long. Yeah, on a PlayStation, you can actually send yourself a link, like google.com or something, and then you can basically get access to your browser. And you go about it that way. There is nothing really here. This guy doesn't release videos much, does he? Look, I've been I already got had by it, okay? You don't need to rub it in. It was a pretty impressive trailer. I don't see anything else though. So I think we're gonna pretty much seeing MBG get upset about people responding to his tweet with his broken games HDR clip is okay. Let's do this last one and we'll call it a day.
People were replying me with this clip. People were replying to me with this clip of I don't know who it is. It's another YouTuber, I think, but he was basically saying that like Naughty Dog is garbage or shit or something for using the line in their write-up that like, oh, we're gonna go back to, we had to choose between single player games.
Is that what he said?
Like what? They gonna eat that right up, right? Yo, Naughty Dog, yeah, that's right. Go Naughty Dog. Focus on single player games. Shut your ass up, bitch. Shut up. Y'all got no spine. Y'all just go with y'all just run with whatever the companies and the overlords tell y'all. They telling y'all, okay, single, it's all about single player, and y'all just going, okay, cool. Y'all are not, a lot of y'all not even gonna look at this like a failure. This is a failure. This is absolutely a failure. Naughty Dog has failed. I'm not saying it's all on them, but they have failed here. Like what? They gonna eat that right?
That's a based response. I agree with what he said. He's not lying. He's actually being quite factually honest. As a PlayStation fanboy, it's quite rare.
People were replying me with this clip. People were replying to me with this clip of I don't know who it is. It's another YouTuber, I think, but he was basically saying that like Naughty Dog is garbage or shit or something for using the line in their write-up that like, oh, we're gonna go back to, we had to choose between single-player games.
Correction, he didn't say that they were garbage or anything. He just said they need to take the L because what they did was wrong.
Or whatever, and we're going back to single-player games. And he was like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, shut up. And like, dude, people are using this clip against me. I'm like, I genuinely am trying to understand. Are we supposed, hold on. I just need to know, am I supposed to be mad at Naughty Dog for saying they're going back to single player games and not doing, I'm serious though. Like, is that it? Because I can.
No. What it is, right, is for the past 4 years, they've been working on factions, which, you know, has wasted a ton of resources, a ton of manpower, and in the interim, they fed you a bunch of remasters and remakes to fill up those coffers in order to fund factions, and then basically giving you the middle finger and basically said, right, now that we've milked you with Last of Us 1 remake and Last of Us 2 remaster, we're going to basically turn around and give factions the big FU and provide you players who have been looking forward to it with a big fat nothing. Oh, and by the way, when the PS5 Pro launches, we're also remaking The Last of Us Part 2. Not the remaster that's on the PS5. We're doing the remake for the Pro. It's going to happen. You're going to see it.
Can get that. But if it's a more nuanced thing where it's like, well, no, like, we're pissed because we want them to deliver a multiplayer experience that they promised us. Okay, I can agree with that. That's fucked. But this idea of like, we just have to be mad, like perpetually, like just universally mad, and that's the only thing we're gonna be at what they just said here. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't agree.
You might not agree, but at the end of the day, what have they delivered in the past 4 years?
I don't. And like, if that makes me like spineless, then whatever, bro. But like, I'll take some more single player games. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, like it just feels so awkward. Like, I'm supposed to be mad that we're gonna get more single player games?
You know, he's not seeing why people are annoyed at this. The Last of Us 3 could have already been out or been very close to release by now if they didn't waste that time and effort on factions. And if they already knew that there was no way that they were going to actually be able to deliver factions, why the hell did they waste 4 years on it? And at the same time, because they wasted all that time on it with nothing to show for it, they also lost a bunch of staff members, right? So there's that too. That is correct, Robin. We'll find out in a few days if they actually sell that stuff. Man, Baldur's Gate up there. It toppled Madden. Jesus. I know people don't like Madden and all, but at the same time, Madden is extremely popular. I guess it couldn't hold on that number one spot for too long. Modern Warfare pushed it out of the way, but that's impressive, man. It is selling. It is selling. And this is what I wanted to see from the Xbox community. This is what I wanted to see from the Xbox community. I wanted them to support Baldur's Gate. Because this shows third-party publishers that if they make a good game, the Xbox community will buy the games, even if it isn't on Game Pass. This is what this tells them. I mean, this is already telling them that anyway, right? But Call of Duty will sell regardless. Same with Madden. But even Avatar being there, right? It shows that these games, you know, the games are selling. And it's a good message to push out. I used to check my Twitter before bed and get anxiety when someone disagreed with me. Now I check my ex, laugh to myself, roll over, and sleep 8 hours straight. Oh, what is this? We are aware that the congestion in Ambuscade was making it difficult to meet the set Vanabout goals. As such, we have reduced this round's target goal by 75% so that they are more in. Jesus. For those of you that don't know, Final Fantasy XI is my favorite MMO of all time. I would still be playing it today if my friends that I played this game on for over 7 years were still playing. I actually started playing this originally on the Xbox 360. I remember coming back from, I think it might have been secondary school or college. I think it was secondary school. I went to the shop and, back then magazines were a thing when we were in secondary school. I guess it's high school for you in America. And they used to, with the magazines, they used to have demo discs. And what Square Enix did was with the official Xbox magazine, they actually gave the full Final Fantasy XI game, but it was a timed game. So when the game officially launched, the disc would stop working, and then you'd have to basically buy a subscription. And I remember going in because I've been a Final Fantasy fan for as long as I can remember, right? Although that being said, my first Final Fantasy game that I played was 7, and that was after I played Halo, and I thought 7 was absolutely hot garbage. Fun fact, that's actually true. My actual first real Final Fantasy that I enjoyed was number 8. And number 10 is my favorite. 13 I like as well, same as 12. But I came across 11, right? And I said to my friend, you know what? We've got 4 months of free access. I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play the shit out of it. And I am going to complete it and be done with it. 7 years later, oh man, I finally finished the story. Hell yeah. So much for 3 months, huh? So much for 3 months. I ended up finishing the story 7 years later with the final update. And then they decided that they're going to release more story. This game was originally released in 2000 on PC and PlayStation, I think. So it's been going on for 14 years. Good shit. I would 100% go back to this game if my friends were still playing. But there's a little bit of trivia for you. Bro, Xbox community loves RPGs. There was no way this didn't happen with Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I know. Mate, everyone's jumping on that Pornhub. Pornhub is mostly watched on PlayStation than any other game console. PlayStation fanboys has no games to play or no hosts to slay, so we can't blame him for this. Oh shit. Look at all Darius. Man, Darius is literally burning these people, man. The cap on display is why the gaming media is broken beyond repair. The Last of Us 2 multiplayer isn't dead, it's evolved into something too big for the game. What? No, it's dead. That shit got beaten so hard it's dead. Ah, there you go. Number 1, Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is currently top paid Xbox game on Xbox. No surprise why it won't come to Game Pass. I mean, if the game is good, people will buy it, right? If the game is good, people will buy it. All right, folks, that is going to be it. RIP Discord? What happened to Discord?
Oh,
No. Too loud. Not at this time. Oh, Discord went down. Right. I thought something was wrong with Discord. It wasn't working earlier. All right, folks. That's going to be it for today. I guess on Tuesday I will continue to suffer. But hey, does anyone know how long it is? How long to beat Kong? The main story is 6 hours. Wait, that's Peter Jackson's Kong. We're looking at this one. The main story is 5 hours. Fuck doing the extras. We might have to start that stream a little early, because I think we're going to finish it in one day. We're going to finish this stream on Tuesday. And then we're going to have another poll. And this time, I expect all of you. Wait. I just have to play it? So I can play it for like 3 seconds and technically that's enough? Is that what we're saying here? Because that'll be A-okay with me. I just get to the title screen and pretend I've played and that's good enough, right? I can play the title screen. No, Taz, no. You gotta give it the old. Gotta give it the old college try. I almost got away with. What are you doing at 2 hours? I might as well finish the game and suffer like a champ. By the way, how long is I shouldn't check this. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. No way. No. What was the other game you guys said? What was the other game? No one played it. No one played it. No one has played it. Oh shit. No one has played it. No one has completed it. Oh my god. 11% retired. 11% tried to play it and they gave up. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh god. That's funny. All right, folks. I will see you all on Tuesday. And maybe we'll try and see if we can make Tuesdays going forward our gaming stream. And see what it was like. The devs acted like ponies on Twitter too. They did. And they deserve it. They 100% deserve it. If there's ever a company that decides to console war and they fail, like the way Quantum Error failed, they deserve it. Because they fully went on the console war. They went on. They hit that hard. And you know what? I don't think we're going to see an Xbox version. But the real question is, do any of you actually care? Because I can tell you for one thing, I don't. I really, really don't. But folks, that is it. Thanks so much for watching, and I will see you on Tuesday. And for those of you that don't turn up on Tuesday, what's the date? We still got time for Christmas. I'll do my Christmas speech on the 22nd, next week, Friday. Right. Peace out, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you in the next one. Remain legend. Did you see how Baldur's Gate was on? I did. We spoke about that just a little while ago, Leaf. Hopefully I'll see you around on Tuesday, but that's going to be it for me. It is way past my clock time. It is 1:30 a.m. in the morning. I'm out. But yes, we did, and I am happy that they actually did manage to get, people did buy Baldur's Gate 3. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I was asking for, and people did it. Good stuff. Hey, if you join my Discord, I actually post on there in the going live section when I'm going live, so you'll get notifications in case you don't get notifications. But yeah, peace out, folks. Have a good one. Peace. Remain legend.